Hello, everyone. We are live. Normally, I would be doing a stream like this tomorrow because it'd be the last day of the month, but I consider the fact that the anti homeless rhetoric coming from the pet socks is something I cannot ignore. And I don't think any communist should because this rhetoric can get people killed. I mean, we already are starting. We are seeing more hostility towards the homeless. We're seeing people treat the homeless more as like criminals, like everywhere you go. And I'm speaking this as with someone of experience. Like there's having something like a public restroom is like impossible for majority of the homeless population because in order to actually get a restroom you have to be a paying customer. You can't sleep anywhere because of anti-homeless architecture. You have the police constantly harassing the homeless. And I think the very notion that Haas would actually say something so despicable about, let's be real, majority of the homeless population are disabled. And the fact that someone like that would have such disdain for people like that. And by the way, he's supposed to be a communist, right? Why are supposed communists having this anti homeless rhetoric? That's the question I have. And I will say this, I've experienced homelessness before. I've had family members that have experienced homelessness multiple times. And I find the very fact that you have people who view people like my brother and my parents as social scum to be fucking disgusting. And by the way, none of these people are fucking liberals. By the way, my my older brother is right leaning, and my mother and my dad have had more conservative leanings. So the very fact that people would think some people like that are scum, it disgusts me. And I don't know how many times I have to say this, and I don't like using my dead mother as an example, but I am doing this because the way my mother was treated back in 2016 when she was homeless was sickening. She was barely able to walk, and the people around her in the area where she was at treated her like she was a criminal. There was nothing that my mother did that deserved that treatment. My mother was a woman that could barely move around. She didn't bother anyone. She couldn't find a place to actually stay because homeless shelters don't allow you to take your dogs. And my mother had 2 dogs at that point. And the fact that you're going to say that the homeless pose a threat to everyday people is sickening. What about homeless workers? What about homeless people that actually hold multiple jobs? Are they social scum? It's like I'm being convinced that Haas is, and Caleb at Boppin. I don't care. I'll just gonna say this: they hate the working class. If you have such a disdain for the most vulnerable people of society, you're scum. You're not a friend of the working class, especially people that have been chronically homeless, that have been homeless off and on, or homeless workers that have multiple jobs but still can't get a place to live. It's like, how are you a champion of the working class when you have such disdain for people like that? Can someone elaborate on this one?
I
And
mean,
oh, sorry. Um,
oh, you could go.
so this is also in the context of the recent a recent state passing a law making it a felony for homeless people to live on public property. Um, so this is the context that these pat socks are engaging in this kind of rhetoric. This is not, this is during a huge fascist crackdown in America. America is going fascist to the go. It
Yeah.
hasn't been this bad since post 2001 period, which was arguably America's most fascist period, excluding maybe McCarthyism or the first Red Scare of 1917. Um, um, I see with a lot of this stuff, with Roe v. Wade, the anti-homeless thing, the anti-trans thing, basically human legislation being imposed. I mean, we saw recently in Texas where the police, I don't know, there was like something going on with like the police basically just being their usual fascist selves and allowing an elementary school get shot up or something. But um, this is a disgusting, evil country, and somebody like Haas thinks it's not evil enough. What does that tell you about him? And Caleb too, because he's a fascist little shit who will not say this stuff publicly because he wants to put on his little nice guy face too. He actually disgusts me even more than Haas.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, that was really nailing it there. But yeah, I mean, these people are not our allies. They are our enemies. Hawes, Caleb, all these anti-homeless, fake communists, they are a threat. They are attacking the most vulnerable. And these are the same people in the same breath who will say that Marxists can be billionaires and that the petty bourgeois are revolutionary, but somehow the lumpen aren't.
This is the reason why communists in America are despised. It's not just because America is anti-communist. It's because, think about this. When the average person, when they see a communist, like, say, anti-working class sentiment, like Caleb and Haas, what do you think people are going to think who don't know what communism is? They're going to think communism is an ideology of the elite and not even going to bother listening to
Right.
actual communists, what they have to say. In fact, I'm being more convinced over time that Caleb Maupin is a Fed along with fucking Haas. Because why else would they say the shit that they say? It's like for free, nevertheless. Come on. Like, I used to be in the camp that Caleb, it probably isn't a Fed. I mean, I think it's not. I still don't think he's a Fed, but I think it wouldn't shock me at this point if he was, because his anti-gun stance, along with his anti-lumpen stance, also, like, to the extent that people like him say nothing as Haas attacks homeless people. It's like, I thought Caleb Maupin is for the working class. Why is he fucking not like defending the homeless? Because, by the way, there are Trump supporters that are homeless. By the way, you fucking moron.
Right. I mean, where to even start? I mean, these people are attacking cannabis, which is also against the working class, and anybody from any class takes this, and it makes me wonder, like, is that connected? Absolutely. I think Caleb thinks that we're all criminals. If you smoke a joint, you're a criminal. Um,
It's like his like criticism of Kamala Harris is so fucking hypocritical, considering he's exactly like her.
right.
Like, when you hear the rhetoric, anti-homeless rhetoric from conservatives and liberals to the infrared cult, there's literally no difference between them.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Especially with Haas. I mean, Haas, like, and his followers, they're just like calling people. They're just casually calling every homeless person a crackhead. They're saying that they're all violent because Haas was putting a video on his stupid screen of like some anecdotal event between an alleged homeless person on the train on New York City. But it's like anecdotal, and then he's literally trying to say that all homeless are like this
Uh,
and that.
I met a lot of homeless people. Most of them are not violent.
Hmm.
And the ones that are violent, they're only violent when you fuck with them.
Right. Right. And I mean, a lot of the homeless are minors too. I mean, they're kids kicked out of the house, kicked out of wherever, foster care, abuse, because that does happen too.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's another thing that I find disgusting about this whole situation. Majority of people that are homeless have gone through the system.
mhm.
And I'm speaking as someone with experience who's been to Orangewood. Most people who've actually who have never lived in Orange County would not even know what I'm talking about. Think of Orangewood as a prison or a group home. Think of it like that. And
Yep.
as soon as you turn 18, they kick you out, regardless. Uh, and you have nothing. You have no money, nothing. And a lot of these people end up in fucking jail because how else are they going to fucking get by? Like
Right.
these, and a lot of these people who are also homeless have disabilities, whether it's a learning disability, a some schizophrenia, or whatever disability you can think of. So many of the homeless have these kind of disabilities, and this rhetoric against them is dangerous because there's already violence as it is against fucking homeless people. Like, like fucking just pain. Look at the fucking mayor of New York, the way he fucking talks about the homeless, how casually he talks about destroying fucking like their fucking tents. It's like Jesus.
Right. And in Ireland, the cops are trying to shut down a pro homeless place there, and it's disgusting. And these people are attacking that too. Um, and of course, the other controversy with this whole subject with these Pat Sox is that Haas said that, well, he's he's being asked this, he's being confronted, and he says, well, I think they should be forcibly removed when referring to the homeless. But then, right, he kind of pauses and he adds in, well, you know, well, they're gonna go to like the clinic or whatever he said to that effect. Trying to play it off as a, yeah, we're gonna cure them or something. We know that's not what he means, and
What he means by kill them, he means kill them. That's what he means, or imprison
mhm,
them. That's what he really means. He doesn't.
right,
It's like none of these people actually care about the homeless. As far as these people are concerned, if you're not whatever they consider working class, you're worthless to them. They want nothing to do with you. They think you're disgusting. They think you're some sick, diseased wretch. It's like, my God. It's like, no wonder they hate the fucking Panthers. It's no wonder they hate fucking the lumpen proletariat, because the lumpen can see right through their fucking bullshit. Why would
right,
anyone want to fucking be part of a movement that looks at them like they're scum?
right. And Caleb likes to make fun of people and say, "Oh, he changes his accent a bit. He's like, oh, you just want to be a gangsta." And I got that clip. Everybody's seen it. He even commented, and like this is the way they describe people, and they
Why the
call those
why would I want to be a gangster? I simply want to live a normal life and not worrying about being homeless.
right,
Yeah. Well, he's doing it for, his racial connotation to the way he was saying it. And plus, Caleb doesn't want revolution, because revolution would get rid of his privilege. Like, literally. Like, he lives in a wealthy Manhattan apartment.
hmm
Yet, yeah, people like Jason who actually are extremely poor, and he's not working class, but Caleb Maupin is, despite the fact he's never had to, he's never lived a day in his life where he's had to worry about being homeless.
Yeah.
right,
And plus, I have to point out, too, most of the Red Army under Mao, what were they? Lumpen.
right,
The vast majority of the Red Army's existence in China, they were of lumpen proletariat people, the most marginalized. And according to Caleb, no, actually siding with the KMT is actually a good thing. They should have did that after the war of liberation against the the Japanese imperialists. I'm like, fucking what?
Let's be honest here. Trotskyist and Dengis, I see no difference between them.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, Trotsky hated the peasants. I mean, Dengis, they like to pretend that poor people don't exist in China, or poverty. So they all have in common that they're against the lumpen, they're against homeless. Um,
Look, well, it's not. It won't be too long until they advocate for literal eugenics openly against the poor
right,
and the disabled.
right,
That if you accept government assistance, you shouldn't be allowed to have kids, and passing down your parasitic um, genes to the next generation. I wouldn't be shocked if you hear that from Haas in the future.
Oh, I agree,
And I'm just going to bring this up for anybody that says, "Oh, you're just obsessed." It's like you got all you guys do nothing is talk shit about Haas and Caleb. I'm sorry. Do we want to address these fucking clowns 24/7? Of course not. But the principles of Marxism is always combating liberalism, and it would be
hmm
liberalism if we didn't address any of this. Like,
exactly.
has anyone fucking forever? It's like, I'm sorry, you don't want to hear about this? Read Combat Liberalism by Mao. I don't know how many times I have to reference this work. It's a great piece, and it's very relevant because, if communists don't challenge Haas, people like him, their rhetoric is going to be allowed to spread. And if it goes unchallenged, that means people don't really care. And you know what? Unfortunately, this stream isn't going to get the traction that any other stream would have, because again, every time I talk about the disabled issue, every time I talk about homelessness, it doesn't feel like people fucking care, and it sickens me.
Yeah, sickens me too. And I was just gonna add to that. Well, I mean, the only people who ever really like respond to Caleb, like maybe once a week or twice, is that stupid liberal, the serfs or whatever. So we may as well just have at least a few Marxists calling out Caleb, just so that people can see that somebody was doing it and we weren't all silent, because we're not silent. We're here, and fuck the Pat Sox.
Yeah, it's like, why should we fucking depend on the fucking serfs
Right.
of all people? I hate the serfs. I fucking despise them. We should have to depend on them. We should have to depend on Sophie of Mars, which I have no issue with Sophie of Mars,
hmm
or Thought Slime, or any of these people to address this shit. It should be like, if you're a so-called communist, you should fucking speak up against Caleb by any means necessary. Tweets, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you fucking have, spread this fucking message, because any of this stuff being fucking pushed in leftist circles is dangerous.
And let's be clear here. We do not agree with Caleb or Haas because they don't agree with us at all. They're not communists. I'm responding to a lot of the comments in Jason Unruh's latest video on Caleb. So some of them are basically saying, Jason, why are you attacking Caleb all the time? You guys agree on everything. I'm like, no. Or like these Pat Sock people who just act like, oh, you just got BTFO'd. Cope.
Whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, just cope. You're coping.
Well, that's funny, coping, considering that Haas has lost almost every debate he's ever had.
Right.
It's like, especially fucking. It's like his debate with Jason was a fucking embarrassment. The very fact that people think that Jason lost is fucking laughable.
Oh, I mean, Hawes lost that one real badly. That's what got me against all these Pat Sox is their anti-indigenous BS. And of course, they hate the indigenous because they view, they hate them too. They hate all these oppressed groups. They are fucking fascists. I mean, what can I say?
And I don't care about the infighting with these pet socks. I don't care. I'm just gonna say this. I think you guys are fascists too. I don't care about your minor disagreements you may have had with Caleb.
Right.
And I'm especially speaking to my former co-host here, which I won't mention his name. I know you're watching this video. Don't think I fucking like don't know that you still hate watch my content. Don't think I don't know. I know you're watching. I know you have nothing better to do with your time than to be a cuck to Caleb Maupin.
And DM me literally
You're
like who am I on Twitter? Like I'm a nobody, and you're sitting there trying to weasel your way in and try to turn me against my comrades. You're a piece of shit.
you're a cuck. That's all
Yeah.
you. That's what you are. That's all you ever be. And you know what? The right wingers in the Star Wars fandom were correct to call you cuck level.
Better level. Yeah. And
No,
well,
no. For me, he's not. I'm not gonna call him be liberal. I'll call him cuck level because that's what he is. Cuck level. That's
well,
what he. That's what he always has been. He's a cuck to Caleb Moffat. He's a and Haas. Like even though they fucking are, they don't like him. He's still fucking a cuck to Caleb Moffat. It's like, it's like, are you a glutton for punishment, man?
mhm.
I mean, you're listening to someone that you hate right now. This has to be literal torture for you. I mean, seriously, get a hobby, V level. Get off, log off the internet for a few days. It'll do
Yeah.
you wonders.
Yeah. We know he watches. I found the videos on his list. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I'll say to him is, Canada is not a poor country. It is a settler colonial state. Sorry.
Canada
Um,
is a country of cucks, a cuck to America and England.
right.
It's like you're the bitch of the crown and Uncle Sam.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the only reason I'm bringing this up because I don't care about the minor disagreements the Pet Sox may have. They all agree on pretty much everything regarding like the lumpen, the land back issue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, even Vosh agrees with them on some of these issues.
Yeah, speaking of Vosh, why are they enemies when they literally have the same rhetoric?
Right.
Oh wait, because Haas fucking made Caleb out to be a fucking idiot in his fucking debate. So I'm sorry, anyone that believes that fucking Caleb won that debate is delusional. Caleb Moffin made himself to be a fucking clown.
Yeah. That's why Dangus shouldn't be debating anybody.
Never sent a dangus to do a communist job.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that also this also applies to trots. Never sent a trot either.
Right. Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt about it.
Dangism is the highest stage of Trotskyism. Nobody's going to change my mind.
Same here.
It's like, but Darsenovia. Caleb Moffin is an anti-imperialist. How could he be a fascist? Well, if you consider his rhetoric against Jewish people, I mean, come on, people. How many different anti-Semitic dog whistles do you have to fucking look up in order to realize that this guy is probably a fascist? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he says some anti-Semitic dog whistles I probably don't know about because there's so goddamn many of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to say as well, I mean, like I think about 10 days ago or so, Caleb also he tried to compare what is basically Maoist their world is to Trotskyites um and I think even left comms or whatever. And then he puts in the tweet like, "Oh, beware of the vandal tendency. It has masks." And like, what is he saying there? What is he really saying there? I mean, he's attacking the lower class. That's what vandal tendency means. I mean, that's what Caleb's doing. It's another dog whistle. We see what he's doing. This anti-homeless rhetoric, the anti-weed rhetoric, the anti-gun rhetoric.
Okay. To be honest
It's
with you,
all connected.
regarding the weed, I think you said weeb.
Well, Caleb says weed. He says that word unironically.
Wait,
But
didn't he rant against anime like yesterday or something?
yeah, he said like he basically said that Maoists were weebs. That's what he tried to imply by saying anime Maoists.
Anime Maoist. Oh, you mean I'm like what? Wait, who? Like, yeah, there are anime Maoists. If I have to be honest, they're fucking cringe. Any fucking person that's a weeb is cringe. I don't care where they are. But how many fucking communists are weebs? I could tell you, nobody hates anime more than fucking Maoists. I could tell you that much. And I've spoken to Maoists. A lot of them despise anime.
Right.
So what the hell are you talking about? And I will
Yeah.
not defend fucking the existence of anime, by the way, because it's fucking fascist propaganda for the most part. It's like, what, Jason's a weeb? What the fuck are you talking about? Jason has never talked about anime. He only talks about like Dragon Ball Z for almost like a few times, and that was like 10 years ago almost.
Yeah, and I mean, and I mean, they're and I see some of their followers, attacking the Beatles and some other stuff.
It's like what the fuck? It's like who how many fucking it's like this is because Caleb Maupin likes to say everyone's an ultra. What the hell is this shit? You're attacking everything that has cultural significance that a lot of people like tend to like. There's a lot of working class people, whether you like the Beatles or not, that love the fucking Beatles. Why the
Right.
fuck? Why the fuck are you rant of all the things you could rant about? Why the Beatles? There's many other things you could. If you're gonna trash on various different music, there's worse that you could go on. Like modern day fucking music, I would have no objection if you rant about the corporate crap. But why the Beatles?
Right. It's crazy. And some of his followers, they now claim to be for the popular front strategy of things. So it's like what are you doing if you're attacking the Beatles and
I
attacking
hate
gamers and
I hate
all
to
that?
I hate to break this to these people, but you're not going to getting any movement, any momentum if you constantly attack things that people tend to enjoy. What the fuck are you? What is this movement for? It's why I'm convinced that these people are fucking feds because you're attacking. Why are you attacking everyone when you don't need to? Do they not realize a lot of gamers would probably be receptive to their rhetoric? I'm referring to fascists because a lot of them are if they fucking just simply welcome them instead of fucking just shitting on them.
Right.
This is ridiculous. It's like this is either they're really stupid, which I refuse to believe that Haas is that dumb. I think he is a Fed, and he's just purposely muddying the waters to basically destroy the image of communist.
Yeah, and I mean, today was it today or yesterday? I was watching one of those streams. Um, he was like, he's like calling himself a Stalinist. And then at the same time, he'll deny that he's a Trotskyist, and he's trying to tell people to infiltrate the CPUSA. And then he starts crying that he gets kicked out. And then he says, "This is the crazy part. This is the crazy part." He says that the CPUSA is a lumpen criminal party.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I have no fucking clue. But I literally saw him say that. And it's like, I guess it's the lumpen's fault that the CPUSA is interest or some shit. It's insane.
It's ridiculous. I mean, this entire like rhetoric. I mean, this stuff would be laughable if we weren't in a situation where like concentration camps for the homeless wouldn't be a real possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean that's the sad part, and I mean these people. I mean these people worship other governments that aren't even near socialist. You know,
It's
I've seen some of these Pat socks congratulate the Philippine leader, the new one coming in, while they're dissing other communists from there. It's crazy.
well, Haas and Caleb know exactly what they're doing. They fucking hate communism with a passion. They fucking hate the very idea of the average everyday person taking power. They hate it. Why do you think they fucking why do you think they hate the very idea, very music that a lot of working class people enjoy? Why
Right.
did like let's be honest here. I'm just gonna say this. Classical music is elitist bullshit pushed by people that do not have any connections with the masses. Like, let's be real, music wasn't even accessible to the working class until like the 20th century.
Hmm. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And I mean, and it makes you wonder too. Like, you know, Maupin is always talking about how, you know, in communism we're all gonna live like billionaires, and then he's attacking the lumpen, and it makes you really wonder what's going on there. This is not socialism. He's promoting some kind of like class collaboration, bourgeois, utopianism. Because that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
You know, I hate talking about Caleb Maupin and Haas. I fucking despise them. I hate talking about them. I'd rather talk about anything else. But these issues just cannot be slept on because, like, look what happened with the Nazis in Germany. People didn't take them seriously, and look what happened.
Right.
They
And it,
like Hitler took power and caused one of the biggest genocides in the history of humanity.
yeah,
Now, I'm not saying the Pet Sox are capable of doing such a thing because I really don't think they are, but they could still do damage to the movement because they make it difficult to build a socialist movement by constantly attacking other communists. Um, it's like there's some rhetoric recently I just found today, like of an anti-Hakeem meme, basically claiming that Haas is more of a real communist than Hakeem because Hakeem makes more money than Haas on Patreon.
ridiculous.
It's like Hakeem is a fucking worker. He actually does shit in the real world. He's a doctor.
Right.
What the hell does he actually takes more time making his videos? When was the last time fucking Haas put any effort in his videos? All he does is fucking yell on the top of his lungs 24/7, attacking everyone and anyone. It doesn't matter how much sense it makes. He makes shit out of his ass, like about whatever. And that's essentially what he is. Oh, there's nothing wrong with liking classical music. Okay, I think I gotta address this. There's nothing wrong with liking classical music. I like some classical music myself, but I think that being pushing this like anti like modern music is a fascist talking point because Hitler was pushing that too.
Yeah.
Hitler was against modern music at the time that he was alive. So I mean, this was back when different kinds of musics were arising in the early 20th century. And like things like jazz was considered degenerate by Hitler.
Yep. And Haas apparently is not much into music. I'm told. Um. And yeah, I mean Caleb, he's
No,
says
no wonder he's a miserable motherfucker because he doesn't like any fucking music. If he
right.
does, his taste is shit.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, and the thing is, like, we can't, you know, sadly enough, you know, Caleb does have an audience, and he is building up a cult, and he's gonna have some like stupid camp retreat now, It's like completely ridiculous, but it's freaky and it's
Uh,
happening.
I think I want to address one thing about one of Jason's former followers regarding how he brings up how, oh, you and I miss the days when you and when you actually had conversations like this. It's like one thing we gotta understand about the, and I only bring up Caleb Maupin in this because him and Haas are the exact same way. None of these people are interested in having a civil discussion. If you disagree with them in any way, you're the enemy.
Yep.
You're the enemy. You are the enemy. Caleb Maupin, if he can't use you, he tosses you aside. Just look what he did to Yankee Tanky.
Yep.
He tossed him aside when he was no longer useful. I mean, Caleb Maupin has the mentality of a sociopath. In fact, I would argue he might be a borderline psychopath, if I have to be real with you.
Oh, I agree. And yeah, I mean, look, we did a Yankee Tanky, um, and they took down Tanky's, you know, way to get money. Let's just put it that way. Because it's a cult. It's a cult, and I've seen them dox people. Um, let's just put it that way as well.
Here's the thing: I'm willing to talk to people I disagree with. I'm more than willing to, as long as it's respectful and and I respect them and they respect me. As long as it's
Mhm.
mutual. Caleb is and Haas aren't interested in this, and this is the thing that people who are still on the fence, you guys need to get through your skull. You can't be in the middle regarding issues regarding the homeless. You can't, because like this is what happens. Like fascism, the reason why it's been rising for the past like 10 years now, of course I'd argue it's more than that, but let's just say why it has accelerated in the past 10 years, because liberals do not challenge fascism. We gotta get out of this liberal mindset that we can talk to these people and reason with them. There's no reasoning with Caleb. Caleb has made his deal with the devil a long time ago, and he has no intention of turning back.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Caleb's a problem. Caleb's been the problem, and he's one of the main wreckers right now. And, he's got to be called out by us, and especially this rhetoric against the homeless.
The
Yeah,
first the first communist book he read was The Revolution Betrayed by Leon Trotsky, and he said he agreed with most of what was in it, even today.
yeah, I've actually seen him say that he still recommends people to read Trotsky, and that Trotsky had some legit criticisms, and
He
um,
even said that Trotsky was right. He said, when talking about how socialism would come to America, he said Trotsky really nailed it. It would be like with unique American characteristics.
hmm, right.
Unique American characteristics. That sounds a lot like Nazism to me.
And then you got Haas recently saying that him and all his followers are quote unquote real Stalinists unquote. And who says Stalinists? I mean,
Wait,
only Trots do.
hold on. Don't Trotskyists hate Stalin?
Right, they do, but
Then,
mhm,
then again,
but they use the term Stalinist to
I mean, I
describe.
have to be honest. Caleb Maupin probably hates Stalin, and he hates Lenin too.
Right.
He hates any communist. If there has been a communist I haven't seen Caleb fucking not despise in some way.
I mean, he was attacking Che Guevara some time ago and
He,
saying that he.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so he attacked both Stalin and Che Guevara, saying that they went off the road of socialism when they started getting too much into this, you know, poverty is glorious kind of mentality is what his framing
Oh
was.
gosh.
The idea that, we need to change the structures of society. The idea that, they were too focused on, the whole socialism aspect and not about, growth, growth, growth. That's what he was saying.
Well, what? Okay, what's the growth for what? What's the point if you're not
Right.
going to reduce property for most of the for like the population as a whole? What the point? Who benefits from endless growth? No one, but the fucking ultra wealthy.
Right.
And
But
let's be honest,
according to Caleb, the ultra wealthy want degrowth.
whatever the fuck degrowth even is. Degrowth is such a fucking vague thing. They'll probably just claim that people who like support the homeless support degrowth. They support like people to live just like the homeless. No, none of us want the homeless to fucking live like they do.
Right.
We want the homeless to have a fucking roof over their head. We want the homeless to have their dignity. That's what I want. As someone that's experienced it and who has had family that's experienced it, I would like these people to have homes. We have more than enough fucking houses for these people. So what's the problem? Oh wait, because they're not worth having in our movement because they tarnish the image of what we want for our movement.
Yeah, they got long hair and they, you know,
Oh, they got
that's what Caleb
tattoos.
will say. Yeah.
That's what Jackson Hinkle was doing recently. Oh, I didn't get a tattoo when I was young and all this crap. Like some Santa Barbara rich kid pretending to be ML is saying this, like completely out of touch crap.
Hey, I got a good meme that for all these people. You guys know the SpongeBob meme where they thought Squidward was dead, so they get a coffin for him, and then Squidward opens up his cabinet to go in, and then he sees SpongeBob and Patrick, and they have the coffin open up, and they say, "Okay, get in." And they point to it's the funniest thing ever. That's pretty much what I want to say to all these pat sucks. Okay, get in.
Like the very fact they think we glorify poverty as glorious has never lived in poverty. Nobody
Right.
says that who's lived in poverty.
Oh, I mean, they've taken it even further. They're claiming now that Maoist worship, Maoist fetishize the homeless or something like that.
What fetishize? What the hell does that even mean? Fetishize.
I have no fucking clue at all, honestly. But apparently, I guess we care too much about them. Like caring too much about the homeless, caring too much about being poor. That's somehow fetishizing, I guess. We just gotta focus on growth, I guess. Yeah, grow, grow, grow.
Grow, and it benefits and it benefits the few at the expense of the many.
Right.
And it's like, oh, Darth Synovia is for degrowth. Anyone that actually believes that nonsense is fucking stupid. No, seriously, you're a dishonest piece of shit if you actually believe that I'm for degrowth. I'm not for degrowth. What I'm against is growth for growth's sake. We don't need to increase, our growth because we're doing just fine as it is. What we need is to slow down because at the rate things are going, well, we're going to run out of resources before the end of the century if we
Mhm.
continue to live the kind of lifestyles that we currently live. Something needs to change.
I mean, if the human race is even still alive by that point. I mean, honestly, like I've said this before and I said it again, we're probably going to either A, if we don't get socialism, there's two possibilities at the end of the 20th century. One, a nuclear holocaust that kills us all, or two, we all, I would say about 99.999% of all humans die out because of ecological disaster, namely the destruction of our biosystem, animal habitat, and resources.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, and here's the thing: I'm not saying I don't believe in this Malthusian nonsense that there's too many people. We have enough food to feed the entire planet 10 times over.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I,
here's the thing: those resources are going to run out at the rate things are going, and
right.
you're going to see overpopulation being used as a justification to commit genocide against the third world, even more so than what's happening now. Like This is why I say that, like, anyone that believes that, communists are for degrowth, like, who support environmentalism, is a fucking moron. Like, okay, you guys want a Star Trek future, right? Do you know how the people in Star Trek got there? They didn't get there through a peaceful transition. There was a world war. They had to deal with climate change. It's like there's a lot of shit that happened in Star Trek. I'm just bringing this up. Star Trek is that's the future these people are pushing, but you're never going to get there if you're not willing to fucking like do actual socialism, because socialism is the only way forward. We can't
Right.
keep capitalism. Like you have to be insane to actually believe we should be increasing production at accelerated rate. No, we need to slow down. And
Right.
because our planet cannot. Okay, I'm just going to bring up as this is completely a Western thing. These people are all Western chauvinists. Let's just be honest with ourselves. I don't even think the people I'm talking about in the communists in China believe this nonsense. And I'm being charitable here when I say that.
Right. Right.
This is completely a Western thing, because I don't hear communists in the global South say this nonsense.
Right. I
It's
agree.
wait, so communists should live just like America? Do you have any idea how much resources it would take to have everyone live like America? It would take like 4 planet Earths. The American way of life is a fucking problem. It's a cancer. It is destroying our planet. The culture of America is genocidal. It does nothing but assimilate and destroy cultures. Like the very concept of the American way of life is bullshit. And no, it's like I'm not for a society that actually thinks that people like myself should fucking just crawl just kill in a quarter and die and just be content with what I have. No, I want fucking people to actually not be poor. I don't want people to have to depend on prison safety nets in order to actually not be homeless, because that's exactly the kind of fucking life that fucking people like me have to deal with. There's so many people where I live who have to depend on these programs. By being against the homeless, you are essentially against the disabled as a whole, because majority of the disabled are homeless people. And if we're homeless scum, then how are you any different from the Nazis and how they viewed the disabled? Because the Nazis felt the same way about the disabled as you guys do.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's where they're going at now. And there's a lot of anti-homeless rhetoric within right-wing circles today, even so-called centrists. They're trying to promote some stupid candidate out here in California that like wants to get rid of them, and so this is why we gotta speak up. And yeah, I mean these Pat Socks, they're borderline fascists, and
They're not borderline fascists. They're
right,
outright fascists.
right. Well, they're getting pretty close to Nazism. Let's put it that way.
They're not
Um,
close to Nazism. They are embracing Nazism. They're not
no,
hiding it.
I know they aren't, and yeah, I mean that's where we're heading to now with
Fucking
them.
Haas literally embraces Nazi fucking writers in the first place.
Right.
It's
And
like,
Right.
Alexander Dugin.
Yeah, and Caleb loves debating them because he goes so easy on them. But when it's an actual leftist, he's all red faced and calling us ultras. And he attacks the left harder than us, harder than the right. I mean, doesn't that show a lot about these Pat Socks?
yeah, and I don't like using the word Nazi because I feel like it's been overused because of liberals in the past, like 6 years, like calling everyone a Nazi. I'm referring to,
Right.
because is there Trump supporters that are Nazis? Oh yes, there's a lot of them that are Nazis. Are they all Nazis? No, but that doesn't change the fact that Nazism is actually quite alive in the United States. You have some states that are flying Nazi flags. Like Florida is a great example of a state that embraced Nazism out in the open. You have Candace Owens, by the way, who got retweeted by Jackson Hakel doing an anti-Semitic dog whistle. It's like how long before these people go on Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, or even go on Candace Owens' show? How long before they do that? And I know this sounds ridiculous for people who are listening to this, but it is not out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, Jackson went on Kim Iverson's show, and she's a Republican, and Caleb went on Jimmy Dore's show, and he's like peak liberal fascist.
Oh yeah, red brownist, literally. Not even joking. I mean, Jimmy Dore had Chris Hedges on to promote a red brown idea, basically.
Chris Hedges, I'm not shocked that he would be for red brown, if I have to be honest with you.
Right.
Considering the guy's never supported like resisting the system through violent means. He always resisted like militant, like non-resistance.
Right.
And we're not making this up either. Like in the thumbnail, it showed people at Charlottesville and BLM and compared them and said, can the far left and far right find common ground? And then Chris Hedges compares the young lords to, I think he said Aryans or Nazis or something, and he said, we can find common ground with these people. And he said this, and by the way, this is not the first time either he said this either. He even said he's going to like these far right groups as well. So I'm just like,
yeah,
this is some such shit right here.
Yeah, and right, and Caleb knows who Chris Hedges is because they work at the same network. Or
I would not be shocked if they personally know each other. There's no way they haven't spoken
right
to each other.
Right, and right, yeah, and
like,
I mean,
like the reason I actually became disillusioned by Chris Hedges recently, but what actually made me dislike him completely is when he platformed a borderline Nazi when the guy was basically okay, I'm just gonna say this for people here. I am not pro-China, as you all know. But the guy was basically doing like Nazi talking points regarding China. Like China doesn't have Western values, that we should be really concerned about the rise of China.
Who is this guy again?
I don't remember his name, but Chris Hedges platformed him on his show like on last year.
Oh, okay. I think I may.
So to me, as far as I'm concerned, Chris Hedges is a fascist. As far as I'm concerned, he's a fascist. Because anyone that thinks we should work with like the far right, to me, is not to be trusted. Like, I used to be more charitable towards Chris Hedges, but I despise him at this point because Chris Hedges, like Chris Hedges, like everything he's ever said is I've agreed with a lot of it, but recently I feel like he's like becoming more mask off about what he truly believes.
right, yeah, and it's not just him. It's the problem of the American left now. You know, you got Glenn Greenwald saying that Tucker Carlson's a socialist.
Okay, I'm just gonna put this in the link for anyone that in the description, at least in the chat. If you want to be part of this stream, I'll let you on as long as you're not a fascist or someone from infrared.
Yeah, and like I mean, Glenn Greenwald saying that Tucker's a socialist, and Max Blumenthal, he's doing the pro right wing crap as well, and it's a common thing that's happening too, and I mean, I don't see these people talking about helping the homeless.
Well, consider Max Blumenthal's background, it's not a shocker that he would do this.
Right.
And Glenn Greenwald is a pretty open anti-communist. I mean, go back to his writings. He's pretty openly anti-communist.
Right, and he's a lawyer as well. So these are all petty bourgeois aristocrats, lecturing us basically and hating on the homeless and communists. I mean, that's what they are.
All right. Would you like to add to that, Flashy?
Oh, sorry, I
Oh,
didn't I
God.
didn't hear the last part because I was waiting in the backstage.
Oh, so
Uh,
I just want to know if you would like to add. Okay, what we were saying is basically these people that are lecturing us, like these, like Chris Hedges, Max Blumenthal, and Greenwald. They're all petty bourgeois background. They're lecturing the left and how we should organize, how we should like fight for a better world. How it's like you never
Yeah.
have anyone who's pro working class or who's from a working class background in any of these shows.
Yeah, I saw some stupid ass tweet from one of these people recently where they basically they said when leftoids call somebody petty bourgeois, that just means that they have different social views than them. It's like, no, that's not even close to what any of that means. That's like entirely wrong.
That's like
right,
that's not dialectical. Like if you are from a petty bourgeois background, it is obvious that your views are going to be more aligned to those values. Not all of people from the petty bourgeoisie are like that, but most of them are.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
don't I
need
don't
to.
trust Chris Hedges. Like I don't see why we're looking to Chris Hedges all of a sudden as
I'm
like
just I'm
some
just
type of
losing.
person, like, because like at least from my memory, like from years ago, a couple years ago, like I always saw Chris Hedges as just a boring like liberal guy that's just out there.
Well, he was willing to platform people that other people wouldn't platform, so he did some good work. But for but ever since like the right wing have been doing this culture war shit, he's been pushing more reactionary views. Now I know none of us
Yeah.
are pro China, but he platformed a xenophobe of China, basically spreading fearmonger about China's rise.
Oh, that's cringe.
yeah, and
See, and
Yeah,
that's the thing that there's actually me and fellow traveler actually did a stream. It's still on his channel where we went over Jackson Hinkle when he did a talk with what's her name, Kim Iverson, and
right,
like we were making fun of the fact that Jackson Hinkle pushing this like just general populist garbage like without actually applying any type of Marxist analysis in it. You'll run into the type of populists that are against China because they'll be like, China's taking our jobs away, like our jobs are being shipped overseas to China and stuff like that. So it's something that people like Jackson Hinkle are not even fucking paying attention to, and they kind of ignore. And in that stream, if you go back and watch it, Jackson Hinkle is just giving a bunch of stuff up just for the sake of like agreeing with Kim Iverson because she's from like the Jimmy Dore crowd. So he was just literally like allowing a bunch of stupid anti-China bullshit to be spread.
It's
right.
it's
I
good.
mean,
It's good to have no principles and be a complete sellout.
Yeah.
yeah, and I mean Glenn Greenwald. I think he even started joking around about trying to blame China for the virus, the pandemic. I'm pretty sure I saw that at least he was playing around with the theories and all that. So yeah, I'm not shocked, and then they're all like labor aristocrats, even Jimmy Dore, and they're all petty bourgeois people, and it makes you wonder. They push the red brown stuff, but then they have like a different foreign policy angle they push. It's all bizarre and it's an agenda. But the Pat Sox are like on the other way around. They're like, well, we like the red brownism, but let's just add like dangism to it and China good.
honestly, Dangism, as I said earlier, it's just the highest form of Trotskyism. I don't see the difference between Trotskyists and Dangus.
Mhm.
Well, and the thing with these Pat Sox is, they just want China to bail out the U.S. empire. I mean, just like
Right.
the U.S. empire bailed out the British Empire and just took it over, we're seeing the same thing now. Like they just want a new form of imperialism, just not the current form. Um, they want the same kind of loans just not done by the IMF, just by China.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, you also got people like Dugan saying that he likes the idea of market socialism and that you could have a um, benign oligarchy rule because somehow that's like good, I guess.
Dude, they're literally no different from fucking Vosh, but on the other side. Like Vosh would be
Right,
like a fucking a pro-democrat shill, and then these guys are just like pro-conservative Republican type shills. Like they want to
right,
literally have like a popular front with MAGA. Like
right, exactly.
this shit is so cringe.
Yeah, and Vosh agrees with them on land back.
Yeah,
And
like
Vosh,
they agree on so many things, like land back, fucking
Vosh
market
hates
socialism.
right. Vosh hates black nationalists in the Black Belt. He's against balkanizing America, I think. Um,
I think Vosh is all, I haven't even really heard his opinion on like American patriotism either. Like I think he might be pro patriotism, but yeah.
he's got the flag already on his Twitter,
Oh
so
yeah, okay, that tells enough.
Well,
right,
I don't
He's an
trust anyone who has the American flag on their bio. To me, it's an instant block.
Yeah.
right, yeah.
yeah, that's yeah. He's also calls himself an anarcho-NATOist.
Yeah, such a progressive organization. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, the annoying thing is too is that we got idiots out here like from that camp like attacking principled Marxist Leninists like or MLMs even like Marxist Paul and Hakeem and stuff like they just make a principled video about like anti-imperialism and pointing
Right,
out that like Russia it's not anti-imperialist, it's just another imperialist power that's not
right,
America. They don't know the
right.
difference between inter-imperialist conflict and anti-imperialism. It's hilarious.
I don't. I think they. Okay, let's be honest. I don't want to give them that much credit. I just don't think they cared. If I have to be honest,
Oh, they don't.
they're they're just looking for a country to dick ride.
Right.
Yeah, they
and
don't.
and of course their cope is that well, you guys don't know enough about polarity, so you can't make that statement because apparently Dugan is the new head of Marxism or something.
Well, let's be honest here. Most people around the world don't even never heard of fucking Dugan until Caleb Maupin showed up.
For real.
Right. Yeah.
I
Exactly.
mean, more than half the Pat stocks I even talked to don't even like actually know what Dugan actually says or anything like that. Like, if they actually saw that Dugan admits that Marxism rejects all forms of conservatism, like they would lose their shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they don't even know anything about their own philosopher. It's hilarious.
Right. Yep. It really shows, and I mean, what else can be said? I mean, these people try to promote like some kind of reverse Trotskyism by saying that we live in like, without saying we live in ultra imperialism. You know, they say we live in unipolarity, which is just not true.
Yeah,
And
they're just changing words, and it's the same fucking concept too.
right, exactly, exactly,
And the ironic thing is too is that is one that really pisses me off because like for me, it seems like it should be logically ridiculous and like completely inconsistent. I don't see how anybody who's honest with themselves can conceivably come to the position. But when we talk about like revolutionary defeatism, they actually take on Trotsky's bullshit straw man of what revolutionary defeatism is supposed to be, because like Trotsky's whole like bitching about it was that he said that it still uses the same logic as social patriotism, but like Lenin obviously rejected that because he didn't think that so revolutionary defeatism means that we want the opposite side to win. He's saying that he thinks that Marxist Leninists or just communists in general should oppose in every country, every imperialist country should oppose their own governments, not that just
right,
us should do it or that they should do it. So
right,
it rejects entirely the logic of social patriotism. But no, they take on this dumb fuck revolutionary defeatist straw man, the straw man that like Trotsky thought up as, and then they try to
right,
use that to justify their support for Russia. Super cringe.
right, exactly, exactly there, and I mean, you know, Trotsky, the same person who like Didn't he support Kerensky at some point, and then he kind of like dropped it towards the last day? Maybe I got it confused, but I swore he did at least.
He
I don't think
probably
so.
did, but I mean, who knows? I mean,
Yeah.
like he flipped and flopped so many times. I mean, like
Right,
he
Yeah, the
didn't
dude was
support
literally a Menshevik, like literally the same year that the revolution happened. So
right,
up
yeah,
until July, I believe, and then
yeah,
he didn't support Lenin seizing power until the day before the revolution started.
right.
Yeah, I actually agree with this. Actually,
what the this comment here? Yeah,
What does the comment say?
can we all admit Haas is a perfect example of how too much Hegel ultimately turns you into a rightist?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, these people are promoting Hegel. They're promoting Nietzsche. I see some of the Pat Socks promote the master slave dialectic. It's like real cringe, and this is the problem with these like labor aristocrats types. They want to put some like Nietzscheanism, and it's no surprise they end up hating the lumpen and hating the poor, right? You know, you know.
yeah. And I keep on seeing them have this weird, stupid narrative about like woke imperialism, as in, but it depends on like what they're talking about. Like for them, they think that like people using like they them pronouns is like fucking imperialism.
Oh God, yeah. It's
That shit is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. They're trying to downplay people's rights and
Yeah,
um,
I would recommend that they like because I hear a lot of them try to say that like that imperialism is destroying like national culture or something like that. But like I would
Okay,
yeah,
encourage them to read.
okay. Here's the thing that isn't too far from the truth, but the way they like say it is is a way of basically pushing homophobia and transphobia.
Oh, yeah,
right,
absolutely. Yeah, it
right,
absolutely is. And
right,
that's the thing that they try to justify it with. They try to like frame it in this way where it's like, oh, like yeah, this is due to imperialism, so we need to destroy imperialism in order to gain our national culture back or something like that.
right.
But like
Oh,
it's
and
complete rejection of like what Lenin actually says, like where Lenin actually thinks that it's a progressive force in doing this, and that he actually like rejects he was attacking the Bundists really at the time, where he basically said like they're nationalist Philistines for trying to even preserve any type of like national culture, and they were accusing the Marxists of being assimilators and stuff.
right,
The whole
The
point is to
thing,
merge nations together.
the thing is, that isn't without merit though. Some religious people's fears of of Marxism being assimilationist is not without merit. I mean, we can't just completely dismiss every criticism religious people have said about Marxism.
Oh no, I'm not saying it in that way.
I
I was
right,
saying I was bringing it up like how they bring it up with like the whole like woke shit to try to justify like their homophobia and shit.
I
right.
understand.
And what do these people call China being the second largest trading partner of Israel, supporting the Saudis, like literally military arms to
Right.
the Yemen a Holocaust that's going on? Like
Yeah.
what do they call all this shit?
Yeah, for the
Like
longest time
and
they just ignored it. Now they try to justify it.
yeah,
Yep.
Before long, you'll see these people support Israel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming, and I see these people. What else they're doing? I mean, yeah, I mean they're justifying relations with Israel. Now I even see some of them praise Saudi Arabia just because of some like inter-imperial dispute or contradictions. They're like, yeah, let's get the Saudis on our side.
I pointed
Because
out before that if they like knew how like the Saudi Arabian economy works, and if like Saudi Arabia was like just randomly went against like the U.S. or some shit,
right.
that they would consider Saudi Arabia a socialist state. They
Oh,
would.
absolutely, absolutely. I could see them saying that Armco, or what's it called, Armco or whatever, is socialist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, because profits aren't in command.
Oh yeah, they totally aren't. As like the fucking aristocracy there is just fucking super wealthy.
Right, and you can import commodities. That's not the same as importing capital or something. And we need a 70,000. I mean, sorry, a 70-year NEP. Um,
Basically, fucking they basically boil this shit down to Menshevism. Like in reality, they don't really differ much with Mensheviks.
right,
I feel
that's a
like
good point.
these people are like they're exactly 21st century Mensheviks and Kautskyites.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know,
Like, I like to address Caleb Moffin's stupid shit he said, like regarding like communists believe in a peaceful transition to socialism. It's like, of course we prefer a peaceful transition. Well, I don't think anyone here wants to fucking fight a war against the capitalists. I don't think any of us would want to do that. In an ideal world, I would rather do things peacefully. But do you think the bourgeoisie give a fuck? No. I mean, the bourgeoisie will fucking kill people who are slightly out of line. I mean, look what they did to JFK. He was no communist. Yeah, he went slightly out of line, and the CIA killed him.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, my God, look at what they did with the rise in from feudalism to capitalism. Like, I mean, look at the 19th century. The 19th century was literally um, the nobles putting down liberal revolts because they did not want to give up power. I mean, you can look at this with like Austria, Germany, France, whatever. I mean, there was no peaceful transition from feudalism to
right,
capitalism.
right.
So, what makes you think that it's going to be any different the other way when history has shown it to be the complete opposite? And Caleb himself has said that, but then he'll say, but yeah, we still want peaceful, yada, yada, yada.
Well, it's
Like,
worse than that because I mean, Maupin tries to imply that only genuine Marxists are against the violence and that Mao never wanted it and all this. And then his examples for the peaceful transition is literally like Mao having to fight the Japanese on an invasion with yeah, a coalition with the others, but that was not a peaceful event. Like that's what Jason and Rue was trying to explain to Maupin. Like that was not a peaceful event. You know, Mao didn't just say, "Please leave Japan." No, you know what I mean.
Yeah. And even more so in like an imperialist country. Like if you think that the imperialist bourgeoisie in the United States of America is ever going to give up their power peacefully, wow, you are deluded.
I mean,
Right.
look what they did to the fucking protests of 2020. Like not even like a few hours, and you already had violence being committed against the protesters.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, that's absolutely true. And of course, these people, the only violent people I've seen them praise is the January 6th Capitol. You know, the right wing was that word. Well, the ones that went inside the Capitol. I've seen Caleb praise them. Oh, they got revolutionary potential.
It's they're redefining violence. They're
Yes,
Right.
they are.
redefining violence. So when the state or the petty bourgeois do it, it's not violence. But when we do it, it's violence.
Yeah, see,
Right.
that shit is
Okay.
crazy.
It's not about violence that they're redefining because violence itself is a neutral term. Yes, it is a term that's violent, for lack of a better definer. But there's a difference between violence and aggression.
Mhm.
Aggression is to attack in an oppressive means. You are the aggressor. Violence in and of itself is not always aggression. The Palestinian violence to defend their homeland is not aggression. The communist violence to commit revolution, whether that be the Chinese People's Liberation Army, which, so uh, Caleb's just classification of that, which it comes into the original position of this stream being about the homeless, because he scratched the fuck out of the Chinese struggle. He basically lampooned loads of big story notes, attributing them all as like great steps of China trying to do okay, some of the early shit that a lot of that involved the Trots fucking with them. Trotsky basically canned the 1925 revolution in China. He fucked it. But then also, so the People's Liberation Army from 1923 to about 1936 was predominantly lumpen proletariat. The reason why people like Caleb want to abuse and manipulate and destroy the Chinese Revolution for what it represents and what it is not because of his Dengism. It's because of it was the first revolution that showed that the lumpen proletariat are an effective force for struggle, and it was a successful revolution that showed the lumpen proletariat were a successful force for struggle. Which means it's not about them, they're always like, oh, but the Black Panthers failed. It's like, well, by then, they believe the Soviet Union didn't fail, which is hilarious because it basically failed by the 60s. But if we had to use the same logic they used the Soviet Union for China, they can't pull that shit. So they have to do everything that they can to devalue the lumpen proletariat's role in the Chinese Revolution, and then devalue the Chinese Revolution.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this as to why the revisionist MLs, the Khrushchevites, all those dickheads, the Brezhnevites that try and hide themselves as Stalinoids and don't go on about Brezhnev too much, but the Brezhnevites, they always hate on Mao. They always hate on people like Hoxha, and they avoid Che Guevara because they know they couldn't get away with hating him.
Although Caleb wants to get away with it.
They'd be hard fucking press. I mean, at least to me, they'd be hard fucking pressed to try to say that like the Black Panthers failed as opposed to like the CPUSA. When like I guarantee you, ask any random person on the street, like if they know who the Black Panthers are, they will say yes. I doubt people would even know that there was like CPUSA.
I actually had a CPGPML try and pull that with me because he did a members number thing. Like he's like, oh yeah, but the right of the CPUSA had larger number count.
Oh, yeah, God. Okay, the larger number count, and yet there's still less known in the Black Panthers.
Right.
Okay. My own father, who actually is old enough to have been around when the Panthers were formed, forgot that CPUSA existed until I brought it up.
But yeah, a lot of people I know didn't even. A lot of people I know don't even know that we have a communist party here. A lot of people that I know, just random people, non-political people that I know here in Arizona, they don't even they think communism is banned here. They think that the Communist Party is like banned. That's how irrelevant the CPUSA is here. But they all know who the Black Panthers are.
Yeah, a lot of
in Arizona, they don't have to ban you because they'll just rely on the fucking rampant amount of Nazis and fucking sex traffickers to shoot you up.
Yeah, for real. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean,
man.
Yeah, even in California, people don't realize there's a CPUSA, and the more people probably know about DSA. They probably think that's the same thing,
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing we got here in Pennsylvania are two Brezhnevite parties.
Oh, wow.
The Workers' World Party and Party of Socialism and Liberation, which are both
neo-trot Brezhnev parties. They're weird.
Yeah. The DSA chapter in my area, a lot of the leadership is actually has a lot of trots in it. It's kind of annoying, but
they're everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, Caleb used to be a trot.
They're fucking neo-feudalists.
The funny thing is about Caleb with the fucking January 6th shit, where he actually praises it, but then in the next breath he'll like downplay or like call like other people like actual leftists like violent fucking ultra lefts and shit like that. Like, dude, literally here in Arizona, the fucking the January 6th people had fucking gallows outside the state house here, like ready to fucking hang people.
It's like, when was the last time you heard a leftist shooting up a place or a leftist like going around like damaging a bunch of property? I'm not saying there aren't ones that haven't done it, but if you go do a comparison to the amount of leftists that have done property damage to the right, yeah, like the right has beats the left every single time because there's so much more damage the right has done. Like
At the end
anything,
of the day, property damage is a fucking good thing anyway. But here's the thing: those January 6 rioters, what are they? The labor aristocrats, the petty bourgeoisie. Arizona is a perfect example in this situation. So the Arizonan, I say aristocracy to come up on the petty bourgeois and the labor aristocracy because it's a more feudal term and it fits the two. So like you look at them as the big aristocratic bloc. In Arizona, they are incredibly tied with the violence of the state, and they're very incredibly tied with the fascist groups, especially the ones that work with the police, because basically what you have in places like Arizona is that it's not about them being politically active. It's that all these people at least have a family member, a brother, a sister, or someone like that, or a close mate who's tied to one org or another, or is just a police officer. And so they're all intersected with all these horrible fucking groups.
You guys would be surprised. Actually, maybe Lumpin wouldn't, but like the police here in Arizona are insane. Like there's so many fascists in the fucking police force here, dude.
Yeah.
They're extremely violent here in Arizona. Like they'll go out of their way to just beat the shit out of somebody or kill somebody that's completely innocent.
Yeah.
I've had my mate Comrade Net tell me about him watching a trans man be beaten to near death in the street by loads of people, and the police officer that saw it happen and just went over and joined in.
Jeez.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean Arizona, they had Arpaio for so long. And I mean Flashy, you would know, but I mean
Yeah,
I
fucking
have
Arpaio.
some, yeah, and I have some family members there. Some, yeah,
And Trump's dumbass pardoned Arpaio too and got his ass out. It's
Right.
disgusting, but like Arpaio, when he actually ran for Senate here, like thankfully he lost in basically every county except my home county. Like he actually embarrassingly won my home county. I was like, that's gross, dude. You guys are all horrible around me.
Right.
Arizona is only dictated by the votes of the middle class. No one working class in Arizona, and especially no one lumpen proletariat in Arizona votes. Most of us lumpen proles in Arizona.
Definitely true.
It's
definitely true.
Yeah, and speaking of Arizona,
look at Kristen Sinema. She's one of the senators there, and I forget who the other one is. They're all really, really bad.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, Maupin is anti-immigrant as well. Let's not forget that.
Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not shocked, but I mean, that's funny.
Yeah,
Like, wow.
he claims to be, like, he'll claim to be against open borders, but then in one of his books, he's talking about the crowds of people and the Islamic terrorism.
Yeah, but he'll flame his Latina. He's got a Latina wife, so you can't criticize him.
Right, I forgot about that.
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm actually not even really surprised about that because I actually find that somewhat often. Is that like this racist ass motherfucking white dude that hates like Hispanics and shit? Like they'll have like a Hispanic wife.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's true.
At the end of the day, as well, like he's described her as being,
brown.
dark skin and all that lot. Like he said that, and it's like, okay, well then, if she's like from Latin America and she has heritage that's more native, wouldn't you respect her more for that heritage or the other way? I don't know. Like it gets confusing with these things. And as well, a lot of people claim that they're engaging with someone who's a people of color because they're Latina, and that's not how it works. Latina is something that is not distinct to South America. That's just what people who are fucking French and Spanish are called. They're Latin, or Italian as well, because pasta. But I've basically insulted like half of America. But I'll insult the other half of it for you. But here's the thing with Caleb Maupin that you really got to take in. Caleb Maupin he's not against violence. He's against liberative violence. He's against liberation. He is against the violence of the oppressed masses standing up. He has all the problem in the world with the lumpen proletariat. Fuck me, if he sees this and he sees what I'm saying about the lumpen proletariat were the original organized of China, he'll just go, oh yeah, well all the violence involved with China is the problem with the lumpen proletariat. They ruined Mao's legacy.
Oh well, he already did that similarly. I mean, 2 weeks ago he tweeted out that Trotskyites have he said like Trotskyites and Maoist worldists are similar to BreadTube and something about the Vandal tendency.
What's ironic is Caleb is a fucking trot. His entire
Right.
mindset has not changed. Like he's the very thing he criticizes Maoist third worldists of being.
The very
Right.
thing you swore to destroy.
Right. Yeah.
Oh
And
God!
Nice quote.
Imagine Jason as Obi-Wan and Caleb as like Anakin or whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
but like
it
it'd be the
doesn't. It doesn't.
most edgiest impersonation of Anakin. And yeah, no, with the quote, I was just doing my best impersonation of the Pat Socks and quote mining because it's the only way I can defend myself.
For real.
Well, I mean, it doesn't quite work because it would have to be. You'd have to go from Sith to Jedi and then back to Sith again, basically. Because that would be with the Caleb.
Well,
So no,
Alexander,
basically, Caleb Marpin proves that A New Hope is the first film and Revenge of the Sith is the last film.
let's be real. Dugan is the Sith Lord we all been looking for.
absolutely. Absolutely. And and of course some of the Pat Socks they think that Darth Vader is a communist and
Oh God,
Palpatine
no
as
way.
well. Yeah, they compare Vader to Stalin. Palpatine is like
Dude,
Lenin or something.
it's
And
so fucking annoying. Like, what the like? Did they actually? It's so annoying to me, but they actually like believe in like the anti-Stalinist or like the
right,
anti-communist like portrayal of what Stalin was. Like,
right,
it's super fucking cringe.
And
right.
and Jar Jar is Che Guevara, liberating his people from the oppressive Trade Federation.
I mean, one thing that really was annoying about Jar Jar Binks is that he is a racial stereotype of a Jamaican person. And
Yeah, but
so are the Gungans.
I think that should be a discussion about representation in media because I don't want to get too off topic.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, we see what the game is with them. This is how they think. They're attacking the Beatles and what's this other
I
new
fucking
crap?
I Just another thing that I fucking hate about the fucking Patsock people though is that they're complete racist. Well, a lot of times they're overtly racist, but like the
Right.
undertones that they have when they'll try to like attack like an LGBT comrade, and they'll say like, oh, if you were in the third world, you wouldn't come back. They would fucking like castrate you and like kill you and stuff like that. It's like, dude,
Right.
they have such a barbaric fucking racist like
Yeah.
viewpoint of like third world people. I think they're all just like fucking uncivilized fucking barbarians.
Right.
I mean, that's what you think of the lumpen proletariat as well. See, they've proven third world isn't right because we're the first inference of that in the first world. So all we do is, but the what's it with the trans stuff as well? Places like India has massive trans rights movements. The trans has never been something that's been destroyed in Africa. So there's always been a lot of trans stuff going on in Africa, and the West Asia, the place that people like to use as their example is, oh look, third world anti-trans. Okay, I know comrades that live over there, and a lot of people they don't like these things. Of course, they don't like them, but a lot of people are coming to the conclusion of, yeah, we don't like it. And actually, their main reason isn't really because of an argument they have about what transness is. A lot of the time, a lot of it is because of they're tackling the petty bourgeois cultural hegemonic control propaganda by the cis white female community that's telling them what it is to be trans, and it's all centered around this over feminized, over sexualized version of a trans woman, and not looking at trans men are completely excluded, and anyone that doesn't fit this ridiculous body standard that's being set for trans women is, off counter. So that scares a lot of people in the third world because that's all they see. They don't see the lower class trans people. Of course, they wouldn't. That's how cultural hegemonic institutions really function. They don't allow the lower class to sift all around the world. We've got to go out our way to do that. But a lot of these people, they've come to like conclusions where they're like, okay, we might not like this, but these people are still people. They're still brothers and sisters. So you've got to treat them like people. And that's the difference between the third and the first world. The third world will come to the conclusion that people are people, and unless they're harming people, should be given that respect. The first world is still going on about fucking They're re-educating us. They're feminizing us. They're gonna fucking ruin this, ruin that. We're the individualist countries, mind you. They're the ones that are more collectively minded, and yet we're the ones who can't be individualist about the transition.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. The thing I'll say about this: anyone that says that the third world people would violently kill you are self-projecting on what the first world is, because third world people would actually treat you better than the people in the first world.
Do you know
Yeah.
what? That logic rides on class position. Okay, so I'm sure, as we know, North and South Britain is broken up by class. Which side of the country do you think is pro LGBT the most?
The North.
Yep. The most economically deprived areas of Britain are the ones that are most respected for trans people.
Yeah. And like they're so stupid when they fucking make this like dumb argument where they're like, oh, like the trans people are all like petty bourgeois, upper fucking class people, but like they don't realize that. Well, first of all, even if we look at like statistically where their economic position are of a lot of trans people, is that they would typically report like twice the rate of unemployment of like just the population as a whole, and like almost half of them are underemployed. Like these are working class people, like they're
Right.
just trying to
So
hide
a
their
lot of
fucking
them,
anti-trans bullshit.
a lot of them are also in the petty bourgeoisie. But what do they think happens to you when your family? I hate you
Disowns
for who
you.
you are.
Yeah.
You can't get a fucking job. And, you know, they're eventually going to throw you out on the streets if you don't get a job. You can't get your education complete because half the unis don't want you there. Um, they don't understand that sends you down in class. I know trans comrades who are in the lumpen proletariat, and they used to be labor aristocrats. And do you know why as well? It might also be a phenomena up there, is because in the lumpen proletariat, you are vulnerable as a trans person because lumpen aristocrats and especially lumpen petty bourgeois, they're looking for an angle to exploit people. So if they're looking for an angle to exploit people, and you have more of a capacity to be exploited, they'll exploit you. So that is one thing that does make it harder for them to just, you know, gallivant and be openly trans all of a sudden. But it doesn't mean there's less trans people. It just means there's less, you know, massively open trans people in the lumpen proletariat. But that's not even about it being the lower class. Like I say, it's about the aristocracy of the disenfranchised sector that is looking to make a profit. That's their game.
Right. And and of course, don't forget, guys. Don't forget, everybody. According to Maupin, J.K. Rowling is influenced by Marx.
Well,
And
that's a joke. Anyone that's actually read Harry Potter, and I'm saying it, this is someone that's read the first 5 books. I can't find a fantasy series that's as reactionary and as pro status quo as Harry Potter.
I read up to the Goblet of Fire, and now here's the thing. Harry Potter is as Marxian influenced as Tony Blair's Third Way. Like, more of a reaction to than it is an inspiration of.
right.
And the thing is to take in with did Caleb actually say this before I go up?
Yes, I got the video on my channel. He
Oh my god!
Oh
So
my god.
yeah.
how he's trying to push a normalization of Blairism. It's the only thing I can see there.
Yeah, and
Anyone with half a penny to drop out their arsehole knows that the fucking J.K. Rowling is not only a heavy supporter of Tony Blair's Third Way and Gaddon's Third Way, but she was best mates with Tony Blair. She has his phone number still to this day.
yeah, and she's transphobic, by the way. I mean,
Oh yeah, I
very.
know.
Yeah.
But I'm just getting into what he is, because I mean he's obviously defending a transphobe, but if you look at it, what
Right.
he's doing is
Oh yeah, he's
he's
defending
trying to
other.
normalize the third position.
Right.
I,
He
I,
is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Caleb Maupin's trying to get in the good graces of J.K. Rowling.
Right. Oh God. Yeah, it's possible. It really
Like
is.
I said earlier before you came on, Stone, that I do strongly believe that Caleb Maupin is going to eventually show up on Tim Pool's show, along with with Joe Rogan and Candace Owens, because there's too many like connections. Because I don't know if you know this. Today, Jackson Hakel retweeted a tweet by Candace Owens who made an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Huh.
I mean, I'm not
Like-
surprised. I mean, Jackson Hinkle also fucking a couple days ago, he fucking made some idiotic tweet that basically mimicked another thing that Candace Owens had said, where they were basically blaming trans people for the fucking shooting in Texas.
Oh, and
Yeah.
by the way,
Oh my god.
regarding for those who don't know about Candace Owens, she actually is a Nazi apologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like a few years ago, she actually was actually praising Hitler. No joke.
But
Right.
didn't she say like Hitler was good until he became a globalist or some shit?
Yeah.
That's
mhm,
some
yeah.
fucking. So I mean, these people are taking advantage of the shit because they know that since the British Empire was the first ever nation to look at things from a perspective of globalism. Everyone says that, oh, we're now in the globalized world. Motherfucker, read Lenin. Like we've been in the globalized world since like 18 fucking 90. So like, and technically earlier than that, because the British Empire already globalized its order of trade, its organization of resources, and its interactions with the other empires as a broker to them. By the 1840s, 1850s is when it was workshopping of the world and was the only major industrial power in the world. This is old news. Like we're fucking the globalists, the goddamn globalists. They're putting chemicals in the water that has turned only my frog gay. I don't know about anyone else's. My frog's gay now. These guys are full of shit. Like
Oh, I mean, one of Moppin's new tweets today is that he's making fun of people who say that the Amazon fires in Brazil are a form of genocide. Apparently, a fascist government of Bolsonaro kicking out indigenous people from their homes just to get the land and the resources underground. By not containing fires or possibly starting them. Yeah, apparently you're just a liberal, according to Moppin.
What
okay,
the fuck?
that's Marpin basically turning around and saying that he doesn't think what the Israelis are doing is the same either.
Yeah,
I
for real.
mean, yeah, he's getting there. He's already there. But he had to use the Amazon fires to kind of, he's hoping that nobody notices.
I'm saying,
You know,
regardless of whether he goes there, he is
right.
making a position that's equatable to that.
Oh,
Because
I
a lot of
agree.
fascists these days like to push Palestine as an angle to be anti-Jewish,
Hmm.
rather than actually supporting Palestine for the right to support in Palestine. It's the sort of
Right.
Yeah, I never really hear these type of people have like really strong support for Palestine. Like it feels like they know that they're almost forced to say it. Like that's the
Right.
only reason why they do it. Like they don't actually
Right.
care.
Right, I agree. Yeah, that's the case, and they justify Russia and China having relations with Israel. So they kind of had to avoid it because they don't want to get into that, and probably because they don't care about Palestine. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, they don't give a
And
shit about
and what
Palestine.
else are they? What else are they supposed to do but to trade with genocidal regimes?
Right.
I know they're an imperialist power themselves. They can figure it out.
But they love promoting Bosnian socialism and Saddam Hussein's dead corpse because apparently Saddam Hussein is anti-imperialist and a socialist according to
Jesus.
these people.
I will also say so. To Chaya Batsvi, abortion rights is a huge issue for Indian comrades. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the very extreme conservatism that was thrown down on India by the British Empire when it reinforced the caste system and they cracked down on them. They put the Brahmin and many other of the upper caste in big positions of power and control, and that racial structuring to society hasn't changed. If you are in the fourth and third castes, the lowest sectors of society, your rights in general are pretty fucked. Like
Mhm.
From abortion rights to gay rights to trans rights to anything, you are fucked. You are as it I can't think of the best way to synonymize it because I'm careful with comparing colonial struggles. I don't want to offend people, but um, it your public enemy number one, but like worse to the Indian society when you're in those lower two castes.
Mhm.
If you're in the fourth caste, you're a nobody to them. Like you are less than human as far as the Indian upper class could give a shit. Same as over here with the way that Caleb talks about the lumpen proletariat.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, and you got Hawes saying that, he's saying he also said on his stupid stream that the homeless issue isn't a poverty issue, which is another dog whistle towards like the far right. Um, I mean, that's what it is. And Caleb doesn't denounce this, and he's out there attacking marijuana because um, um, priorities or something. Oh yeah, because the CIA or something. Right,
Yeah, even though marijuana has existed for thousands of years.
right. And it's a medicine. That's what it is. I know that offends
And
Caleb, but that's what it is.
and once again, I got to bring this up. Caleb has said in the past, has praised Modi, um, specifically for being against the quote unquote globalist end quote, like Mark Zuckerberg or Obama or whatever. Um,
Jeez.
and I think what he's really doing is because Modi is pro um, Russia.
Yeah, yeah.
That seems to be
Modi's
his real angle
pro-Russia.
there. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
well,
Yeah.
well, let's be honest. There's so many anti-Semitic dog whistles that I can't keep up with. I don't even. There's probably a new one that I probably don't even know about.
Bro, a dog whistle for Nazis. Here's one for you. 88. That's a dog
Mhm.
whistle. That means Heil Hitler.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck!
Yeah, 8 letter of the alphabet.
Jesus
I
Christ!
can hear people ABCing in their heads, making sure it's hey. Tried to do that on stream like twice.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised by the pro Modi stuff. I mean, that was Tulsi Gabbard as well. She was doing the whole pro Modi thing, and
Speaking of Tulsi Gabbard, I wouldn't be shocked if she ran for president. Caleb would push her.
Oh,
oh,
he
absolutely.
would.
Caleb
He
is a Jimmy Dore
absolutely would.
fanboy now. You know.
Even though
Yeah.
she fucking like has been railing against the quote unquote nanny state and shit. Like she was
Right.
arguing against the Build Back Better bill like for God's sake.
Yeah. She's so all over the place. She's like she really is like a red brown type of
I
politician.
consider her a grifter. Like
But she is attractive lady, so I must ignore everything you are saying. Jimmy Dore, 2017.
Oh yeah.
Plus, didn't she like right before she fucking like left office, like she put out some dumb fuck anti-trans bill?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
did. She did. She played into that. And Glenn Greenwald says Tucker's a socialist, and
She literally lied to our faces by like no one even really addressed that. Like,
Okay,
because
okay.
she actually
I
used
solved
to.
my issues against homophobia, but now I'm a transphobe. Trademark.
Yeah, like
Right.
she used to be like super homophobic and probably transphobic too. Let's be honest.
Right.
And then she like tried to like play off and say like, oh, I've changed, my views have evolved since then, and people just
Right.
took her word for it. And then like, no, it turns out she's still pretty much that same way.
Okay, guys.
Right.
Okay, Gurren Greenwald, he is correct to call Tucker Carlson a socialist from a certain point of view.
I read it was
Right.
Gary Greenwald then, which I
Okay,
mean,
okay, you know the kind of socialist
Good
he's
Gary.
actually really referring to Tucker Carlson as.
Right.
Yeah, a Prussian socialist, like Oswald
he's one of
Spengler.
those special kind of socialists.
No, he's a,
Not those,
no,
not those Rothschild ran Marxists in the Soviet Union. Come on, man,
He's actually he's
Yeah.
referring to him as a
Okay, the
national
kind of
socialist.
socialist that Marx may have talked about at the end of the manifesto. You
Okay,
know?
okay, let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest. Greenwald is actually okay, guys. Greenwald is actually dog whistling to basically saying that he's a Nazi.
Yeah, a special
Because
kind of list.
that's why he calls. Yeah, and it's like this whole thing is like this whole thing with the anti-homeless is very scary because
It's
you know,
disgusting.
no, it's scary because it's a disabled issue. Because a lot of people who are homeless are disabled. They're kids. It's like what it's like these. We're like seeing like more anti-homeless rhetoric from both conservatives and liberals. Like Orange County, where I especially live, there's like a lot of people that fucking treat the homeless with contempt.
If I remember rightly, almost half of the homeless are minors. Or
Yeah,
something like that.
And
yeah,
like
There's also
and
a lot of veterans too, and they're supposed to be patriotic, apparently, you know. But like, they don't give a fuck about like all the
Yeah.
homeless veterans.
it's like
right.
here's
To be
the
honest,
thing,
like,
homeless.
Yeah,
it's
they
a
don't
hard
give a
thing
shit
with the
about that. Yeah.
veterans. It's a hard thing with the veterans though, because it pisses off a lot of like a lot of colonized groups when people go on about the homeless veterans because they're not the majority of the homeless. There are a lot of
Oh, yeah, they're
homeless
not.
veterans, but not a lot of the homeless are veterans, and
Right.
a lot of people
Yeah.
get antsy because they don't like being compared to veterans because as far as they're
Yeah.
concerned, no matter how battered, beaten, and scarred they are, they're people who were committed to the war machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
So
I mean,
I think we need to be careful. This rhetoric is very dangerous, and we have seen in the past people like there have been cases of people that like I've been watching a lot of like true crime like stories of just serial killers and other such things to get into the mind of some of these people. And like a few years ago, there was a guy going around with a hammer and just randomly beating and killing homeless people
yeah,
until they finally caught him when they put
Yeah.
out like a fake dummy homeless guy and then he hit it and then they caught him on camera doing it.
I remember in the early years of YouTube, people used to fucking upload videos of like harassing fucking homeless people, like doing all types of pranks on them and shit.
They were
And they
still
were just
doing that
all
in
over fucking
2010.
YouTube. It's disgusting.
yeah,
They're still doing that in 2010. So here's the thing as well with that. So when people lose their shit and they want to attack people because the life's so hard for them in the labor aristocracy, they don't go and attack other aristocrats normally. They don't even just go and attack workers. They go and find the most vulnerable people. They go and attack the homeless, and that's their process here dealing with these things. But is a nice little idiom on more petit bourgeois, more bourgeois types. Back when Boris Johnson, Boris Betheffel Johnson. Yes, that is part of his actual name. He does have the name Betheffel. He used to go around burning £50 notes in front of homeless people.
fuck.
Now he's a rugby player. Those homeless people weren't gonna like beat the shit out of him. Everyone's wondering why the homeless people didn't just get him because the motherfucker's a rugby player. Like, good luck. But the £50 back when Boris Johnson was in fucking college. Go back 30,
Right.
40 years. I think it's longer than that. Because the guy looks younger than he is, like most fucking bourgeois people do. Because I have less experience in life. You've got less reason to age as much. Motherfuckers burning what would be worth like fucking hundreds, if not thousands of pounds to people today, and it's fucking right in front of their eyes, or they ain't got food to boot. And that's the insanity of people around there. You would never see another poor person burn money in front of another poor person. We don't go around on sprees because we're not that type of mentally ill down here. Like, I've known people who have been really, really fucked in the head, and sprees is the type of thing they do. Now, they do lose their shit and attack individuals, but they don't go on sprees about it. It's not so serial like it is with the middle class. Like, look at any serial killer, look at any serial rapist, any serial what's it? Any cereal. There you go. Any cereal too. I'm adding breakfast cereals into this. Any serial rapist, any serial murderer,
Yeah, I mean, a good example is
the
Ted
middle.
Bundy. Ted Bundy was an ex-law student, and he even studied and all that. Of course, he had to do couch surfing just to target people and stay off being caught. But he was a former law student. hmm Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. The serials have a lot of that background. You're right.
Well, it's no coincidence that majority of the violence committed against the poor are by the petty bourgeoisie.
Right.
Okay, it's a little more complicated than that because it's like most of the violence done against the poor is done by the disenfranchised aristocracy more than it is by the enfranchised one. So, like, when people constantly cite that poor people are just violent against poor people, they point to the aristocracy of the poor against the poor, and it's like, okay, that's a bit of a misframing. I mean, like, is
Right.
fucking a drug dealers that are making tens of £1,000s a year, not 10,000, tens of plural, um, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands a year selling and pushing drugs. Are they poor? Is the person who's got millions in the bank because he's a drug lord poor? Are gangs that are all pushing to make profit all the time and are running margins poor? But they will compare that same gang that is a business, that is running a business model, to a posse. A posse and a gang ain't the same thing. Now, posses have started calling themselves gangs these days, but that's because they've gone through 50 years of being slurred by white middle class people as gangers, gangsters, and mobsters.
Right.
Yeah, I hate like the framing that they always try to put on like all type of lumpen people. It's like, oh, you want to bring fucking drug lords into the party or some shit. It's like, dude, you're acting
Right.
like every single person that's in the lumpen is like some fucking drug lord. Like,
Right.
Also, they're in
Although,
their own sector of the lumpen. They're lumpen petit bourgeois, not lumpen
yeah,
proletariat. Like they're
yeah,
ignoring
right.
they're
the very
ignoring like all
idea
the
of labels.
differentiations within it itself. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, they
Well, they
don't. They
think
don't.
lumpen is the class. They don't understand lumpen is a societal. What would be the word? Normally, I'm good at this. A societal designator. Like, what sector of society are you in?
yeah.
Enfranchised
Right.
or disenfranchised?
Yeah. Wait. So you're telling me like Caleb's wrong when he starts saying on his video, you just want to be a gangsta, you know?
Uh,
Right.
only half wrong because secretly we all do want to be a gangster. But I'm just trying to cover up for us here, man. Like,
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah. Although I mean, I bet you these people are the type though that like secretly like the rich cartels or whatever. You know what I mean? Because they don't believe in doing anything to the rich. They can be
social
Marxists.
billionaires.
So
Yeah, they
Social
really
billionaires.
don't and we know this from like the socialist billionaire crap. They like
right.
trying to reconcile this shit.
Right.
What
Exactly.
is a cartel? Because that word has been taken out of the context Lenin used it in. Like, cartel was a term Lenin used to describe bourgeoisie, like a specific sector of capitalists, the
Mhm.
bourgeoisie, not so much. You know, petty bourgeois capitalists are drastically different from bourgeois capitalists, and cartel was used as an expression for the biggest of capitalism, what has been organized, the global elite, to use Caleb's terms. Those big bastard bourgeois fuckers that go around oppressing the world. They're cartels and they play the game of sliming each other. Lenin also looked at the bourgeois countries themselves as macinated cartels that functioned as the mediators for these big conglomerations of, uh, of big bourgeoisie.
Mhm.
These
Yeah.
people, do you know why they do that though? Because they want to take away the importance of finance capital from imperialism. That's their biggest.
Right.
They want to make imperialism about everything but finance capital.
Well, don't you guys know? The subways are bad, and we all need cars. Don't you have pride in having cars? That's what I saw Pat Sock say.
Yeah. Aren't you patriotic about your fucking car?
Right.
Your
Yeah.
American
Like,
built
dude, I
motor
drive an
vehicle.
old beat up '04 Honda Civic. I could care less. Like, it's just like a machine that gets me from point A to point B.
Right.
If
You know
we
what's-
actually had like a good fucking like public transportation system here, I'd actually use it.
like, you want to say with China and Japan completely and New York City completely disproves these pet socks fucking bullshit about fucking trains.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. I mean, I've taken the Amtrak to Texas, so it needs improvement, but I blame capitalism for that.
It's like, here's the thing: if
I'm
we
so
had
interested.
no cars, we had public transportation, I guarantee you, instead of it taking 2 to 3 hours to get to a job,
Mhm.
they'd be able to get there in like 20 or 30 minutes, depending on where they are. In fact,
Right.
So public transport does technically always take a little bit longer, but it's about the fact that it's safer, and in a sense, it's why do we need to get everywhere super fast?
Well, I'm just saying if you didn't have a bunch of cars on the road, and people will be able to get to work a lot faster. In fact,
Well, no, because the bus isn't going to just speed along. So the thing is that traffic itself is misunderstood. Like, it's not taking so long to get everywhere just because there's a lot of people out there. It's because everyone is rushing. It's rush. If everyone's rushing still and they're on public transport, it's still going to be the same problem. We need to. I hate to say it, but we need to degrowth, guys. We need to stop building so much, stop working so much. Like, why does everyone have to be at work at stupid o'clock in the morning? Why does everyone have to be working for so fucking long? If we have a mass amount of unemployed people, you employed more people, hired people less, and if we still have a monetary system, pay people more, then you mitigate so much of the issues. But capitalism can't do that because profits.
Well,
Even though if you're
yeah.
making more profits, it's like I hate the logic of capitalism. If you're making more profits, logically speaking, you'd think you'd be able to pay more to your workers, but no, it doesn't work like that. I don't know who come up with this maths, or sorry, to feel more inclusive to my Americans here, math. Because you guys don't pluralize it, and there's not one mathematic. But but I don't get the maths here, man.
Well, and another thing about public transportation, if we had more of it, you wouldn't have people being stuck like living in a city. You could, if you had public transportation, you could have them like live. You would have true freedom. People can live anywhere they want. But because the way that capitalism like designs its infrastructure, like you need a car to basically to move in and out a place that you live at.
Friend of Vin, he came to when did the means of production end up with meaning everything from toothbrushes to houses?
and not to mention a lot of these places, since we're still talking about the homeless, there's a lot of homeless people that stay in these bus stations.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like the homeless problem is not that difficult to solve. It is relatively easy. The problem is capitalism won't solve these problems, and the people like Gallup and Haas who are advocating borderline genocidal language against the homeless,
Yeah, they are.
which are mostly people of color. Let's be honest, I don't like that word. I prefer to call them, let's just call them new African people. And if I offend any of my comrades of color, I'm sorry. I just don't feel comfortable using those, people of color. I just don't like using that.
Well, I just either call them by New African, or I say the African diaspora of America. Bit of a mouthful, but just because not everyone is jumped into calling themselves a New African yet. So I don't like to be a white guy coming in and saying I should force so I just sort of I play it cool, but I even use the New African one still a bit anyway. Like you, I'm just as nervous of not causing people any disrespect, but people of color is seen as an offensive term by a lot of people. I mean,
I just
also
don't like
like
using it.
we're all the color red. Like, what do they think that there's like a rainbow of different human colors? Like, we're all the color red. We're just different shades of the same pigment, like the exact
Yeah.
same pigment, because we all have the same colored blood, and my blood is what makes the color of our skin combined with the see-throughness of our skin. That's why white people are, when you actually look at us, it's because we're reflecting the sun that we look like this. You know, when you reflect light, it gives back the light that it's reflecting, so you see more paler color. People who are at a more stable color, where they're not having to reflect as much sun to keep warm, they're typically red. Look at people in West Asia. Look at people in like half of India. Look at the native of Turtle Island, and I don't know what the native name is for South America, but uh, that's like the middle ground. That's where things are. You're not really too strained for it. I mean, there are people who are darker and have more melanin in their skin in those regions, but a lot of people are also red, which is the stable color of the human people. We're red people, and then people go more blacker when they need to when they need to reflect when they need to prevent the sun from going into their blood. So black skin refracts more fucking sun. You know, like the melanin, all it does is affects the skin color, and it's just a different rate of reflection. How we keep warm or cold or anything in between. But
Anyway, I'd like to just get back to my previous point. So I'll just call them. Well, I'll just call the African diaspora for now, because I don't know what is appropriate, and I don't want to like be disrespectful to any comrades out there. That anyway, I just find this very like, I'm not shocked at all that this rhetoric is coming, but what really shocks me though and disgusts me is not more people aren't speaking out against this. Like, okay, here's the thing. At the end of the day, all of us are nobodies. We barely have any reach. There's people out there that have far more reach than us that can do, you know, the job of exposing this stuff. Because none of us want to fucking talk about fucking Caleb and Haas 24/7. None of us want to fucking continually talking about the rhetoric that is fucking fascist being pushed. These people are poisoning the well. These people
Yeah.
are basically doing the CIA's or what FBI, whatever you want to call them, for the job for them. They're fucking literally making communists out to be no different than fascists. In fact, like when the average person who doesn't even know anything about communism, when they hear shit from Caleb Maupin, oh god, a helicopter.
though they're not trying to make communists out to be fascists. They're trying to push fascism through communism. That's different.
Well,
A liberal stands outside and calls communists equatable to fascists.
I know. What I was about to say before that fucking helicopter passed by is I feel like these people are deliberately poisoning the well, because when the
Yeah.
average apolitical person, when they hear all of this shit, they're they hear this anti-lumpen, anti-poor people rhetoric. They they think communism is the ideology of the elite.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's not what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take they are elite people, petty bourgeois people who are trying to push their politics through communism. When someone poisons the well on communism, they don't call themselves a communist. They stand aside and they turn around and they attack communism because it's big evil Stalin, man, and it's big evil this, big evil that, and they poison the world as much as they can from outside. What Caleb Maupin is doing is he's doing what the Nazbols both of new and old have done, all the way back to the Nazbols of Germany. He's doing what the Social Democrats have done. He is doing what the Trotskyists have done, the Khrushchevites, the Dengists, and that's push fascism, neo-feudalism through communism. It's different.
Right. And right, we saw that with the old Nazbols and even the new ones like
well,
Lebanon.
well, I personally believe Caleb Maupin hates communism.
Yeah, he does, but he's pushing fascism through it because that's the stage the world's in today. You can't push fascism.
Yeah,
Fascist. He's not
Yeah,
going to
you
get voted.
can't be openly fascist these days. Like, I think
right.
even like Dugan admits this shit, where it's like, you know, he wants to bring back fascism, really, but I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
He admits that you can't bring it back like the way it was in the 20th century. It has to be reborn in a
Right.
new way.
Well, yeah. I mean, Dugan basically argues for like a more in his words, like Russified or Eurasian fascism.
Yeah,
Or, yeah, basically. And he likes Strasser and he likes the Nosballs, and he actually argues now. Technically, he argues for a green, red, brown coalition. So he wants to add like radical primitivists in
The
his thing
eco
as
like
well.
people try to like look at it as like a fucking checklist, and they compare like the Nazis to like what other people are calling fascist, and they'll treat it like a checklist, but that's not like how they should even be doing it. Like fascism
Right,
manifests itself in different ways,
right.
in different
That would
time
be like
periods, in different
arguing
countries.
The Mussolini isn't fascist because he doesn't meet up the checklist of the Nazis. You know, like completely where this rabbit
Right.
hole goes.
Well,
Uh,
Yeah.
well, the thing is, like, okay, first off, who were the original Nazis before?
Yeah, like even like yeah, like just even with that point, yeah, like even if you look at like Mussolini and like Hitler, like
Well, here's a rhetorical question: who were the original Nazis? Because certainly wasn't Hitler. It certainly wasn't Mussolini. Like, who were the original Nazis? Because if you look at America at the time of when Hitler was writing, his book Mein Kampf, like,
right, he looked up to them.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see like would the British technically be the original Nazis? Would Rome be the original Nazis?
I mean,
mm,
a name I could think of on top of my head is like Madison Grant. He was a New
okay.
Yorker, and Hitler looked up to Madison Grant's book, The Survival.
Okay, but
It's,
by the way,
mhm.
this is a rhetorical question. I mean rhetorically, because if you really think about it, the ideology of America and the Nazis weren't that much different.
Right, I
Well,
agree.
so they are different and they aren't. I mean, at the end of the day, ideology can retrospectively fit different formulations in history, but to turn around and then say that exists prior to the Nazis are the original Nazis would be a misframing of the situation.
I know,
It
but I don't mean literally.
that
Actually,
would be like saying the Christian communists were the original Marxists. It doesn't work like that. You would say that the colonial structures of Britain, France, Spain, and Germany were what committed to the Nazis. It's like the Nazis are similar to the Americans and the British in the same way that the colonial garrisons are very similar to the police. They're incredibly similar, but they're not exactly the same.
I remember so I saw it on Twitter. There was like some Pat socks that were like they posted a quote from a Hitler interview in like 1923 where Hitler said like we might have called ourselves the Liberal Party before, and then like something, but they were like trying to use it as like a dunk on like liberals and stuff. And then I I pointed something out that like really pissed a bunch of them off, and they all started like tweeting me, and it was fucking funny because I was like, oh, this is the exact same interview, and the paragraph right after Hitler actually points out that where he describes his type of socialism, and he says that, you know, unlike Marxism, his socialism is patriotic. And then they got fucking mad.
Right.
The Pat Suck thing is a really intelligent dog whistle because not only dog whistles to pass statements of both Hitler and Mussolini, but also I've challenged Marpinites on this, and they're definitive of patriotic socialist. They're using patriotic in the 16th century definition of the word, which is synonymous with nationalist.
Yeah.
There's no difference between the two words, unlike the 19th century British use of the word, which is synonymous with an oath to the crown.
Right.
I've seen some of these dipshits use the Union Jack in their profile alongside the Chinese and American flags.
Yeah,
Made me feel sick.
I mean, they had like Tsar's flag combined with the USSR flag, um, and that
I
was
honestly
the
rarely
flag.
ever see any of them with the Soviet flag, which is kind of funny now that I
Right.
think about it.
Well, unless they're putting it with the flag of
Oh yeah.
Tsar Alexander II.
Yeah, yeah. And what was the other group? Not the White Army, but
So there was the banner down the middle was the banner for unrelenting victory from the Russian government,
wow,
the military.
amazing. That was Key in Mansfield, right? Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, clit on man spread.
I have no problem mocking these people because because they have nothing better to do than to go after like real like communists that actually are doing actual work. I mean, the very fact that they attacked like Paul, Marxist Paul was like disgusting.
Right. They attacked Kim. They're attacking Luna Oy again as usual. I mean,
Yeah,
they
like
attack
the
everybody.
fucking Haas's stupid ass was like, oh, the James Connolly house is just like there's a bunch of fucking needles on the floor and shit, like implying that there are just a
Yeah,
bunch of fucking drug addicts in there and that's useless. Like,
yeah.
Well,
He's saying that
if
it's
there
child
are,
forever.
invite me. I want some.
Right. Yeah, he's doing the thing again where he calls everything Chaz, or I think he tried to say that the Conley House were Gonzaloites, and it's so typical.
I doubt
Um,
most of those people who are occupying it have even heard of Gonzalo.
right. And yesterday, Haas went on stream complaining about some of his people getting purged by the Louisiana CPUSA charter. And so he's out here saying that, oh, the CPA USA, they're liberals and trots. And then he says they're a lumpen criminal party.
a
Um,
lumpen party? The
yeah,
CPUSA.
yeah, lumpen criminal party
Um,
specifically. He
no.
said that.
That's outrageous.
I know. It was really
Oh, it's
outrageous.
cute. That's what it is.
Like it's like what the fuck does lumpen even mean these days when everything according to Moffat and Hawes is lumpen?
They do
Right,
what liberals do with the word fascist, and I find it adorable. Like
right.
it brings a tear to my eye. I'd
Well,
like to
well,
get to
I
the second part of Vinny's comment I was reading earlier. I've been waiting to do this for ages. You're a friend of Vinny? Yeah, I know Deus Ex. You're not the only one in the chat. I know what you're on about. The means of production is a concept that encompasses the social issues and ownership of the land, labor, and capital needed to produce goods, services, and their logical distribution and delivery. I will slightly correct that though. Capital is a fictitious formalization of labor through the productive forces. It's not a like capital itself, especially finance capital, is fucked. Like it's kind of ill-defined because capital has always been to develop a finance produce in its end. That's why it will always end up at the development of capitalism. That's why we got to capitalism twice, once with the Romans and now. But
Yeah,
so capital itself is like I think that a lot of the more Christian right crowd, they use that because capital, because there's nothing wrong with the definition you used. I'm being pedantic, but people use the lack of that pedanticism to basically push that the use of large scale commodity production in the Soviet Union was fine. I know you're not doing that, but you know what type of people I'm talking about here, Vinny. Like
right.
some fucking douchebags out there.
Yeah. One other thing I want to note too is that according to Mappin, the Navalny supporters in Russia are all lumping somehow. And
Yeah,
then,
CPUSI and the Novelny are all united together in the lumpen conspiracy. Are
yeah.
we the new
Oh,
Jews?
it gets a little bit funnier, because then he says the Hong Kong protesters are lumping,
But they were led by
but
a college kid that literally left the protest to go fucking
wait,
get its degrees.
lumpen.
right,
Weren't most of the fucking protesters fucking literally petty bourgeois?
The leader left it to go to
exactly,
Harvard, not to
right,
any university. He went to fucking Harvard. or Yale. I can't
Right.
remember which one.
Yeah, well, according to Moppin, they're lumping. Sorry, so.
Yes, the lumpen petty bourgeois intelligentsia. Got him.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps going and going. Everything is lumping. CP would
Yeah,
say,
everything they don't like is lumpen, which is first of all stupid because they shouldn't be excluding the lumpen in the first place, and
No,
like second of all, it's just completely incoherent. Like they have no idea what lumpen even is.
Well,
right.
I think
Mark got the word
Caleb.
lumpen from vagabond in German, so the lumpen are all little shits.
Okay, let's be honest. Caleb knows and Haas both know what lumpen actually is. They're
Yeah, they
they're
despise it.
So they use and abuse Marx's definitive because Marx is literally just calling them rascals. Like that's what lumpen means in German. It comes from the word for rascal.
Mhm.
Or rapscallion, I think would probably be the more accurate term. And I just wanted to use it as well. You rapscallions!
Right. According to Haas, what did he say that was so stupid in that stream as well? Damn, I just forgot.
I
But
mean, it's pretty fucking funny and interesting that like just look at like who they immediately run to try to defend one of their ridiculous points. Like if when it comes to the lumpen, they'll go all the way back to like Marx and Engels before the time of imperialism.
right.
To like
Engels,
try to justify this ridiculous bullshit about the lumpen. Like they're supposed to be Marxist Leninists, at least they claim to be, but yet they don't even look at what like Lenin or Mao or anyone else had said about the lumpen since then.
Oh,
Engels
according to Haas,
anyway, though. So Engels was getting really close with the Irish diaspora in his time in Manchester, and he was getting warmed up to the lumpen in the later years of his life.
Yeah.
As his displeasure with the proletariat was growing, because this is the thing they don't like to talk about. Engels, he got extensively pissed off with what we now call the first world working class.
Yeah.
Mao Zedong, like I was talking about earlier, they want to obfuscate him because he's the guy. He was the first guy to turn around and say, "Well, maybe the lumpen proletariat are actually a force for good in the revolution." And then Franz Fanon was the second guy.
well, according to Caleb Moppin, Frantz Fanon is ultra left. In one of his videos.
If you look at there's some Lenin writings too, but he doesn't specifically say lumpen. He more so like describes people like beggars and prostitutes and people that are in lower class stratas than the proletariat. He'll say that type of stuff. There's several points in Lenin's writings where he actually points that out, and that he says that we should be reaching out to these type of people.
Yeah, we need to go to the lower and deeper masses, as he said.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back. I was having a yellow-brown alliance in the bathroom. Unfortunately, I've been having
Whoa.
The red-brown alliance. It's nasty.
piles.
That
Yeah.
just comes out black and like coffee granules. You don't want intestinal damage. It's not nice. But
Yeah, that sounds like when I ate that moldy Pizza Hut stuff. Ooh, that was not good coming out. Ooh.
nah, what's it? Fucking Engels just comes around mine and he eats some fucking. He goes and orders Pizza Hut and he gets something with chicken on it and fucking violently fucking kashiting for fucking the next morning. Like,
Yeah.
don't order chicken on your pizza from Pizza Hut because they be giving you moldy chicken, fam. Moldy chicken. Or it's Domino's. I don't know. Pizza Hut or Domino's. It's one of them. Actually, the boxes are somewhere over there still because I haven't taken them out to the bin because I'm a lazy fuck.
Yeah, and of course,
Like that, people will start fucking sabotaging me and fucking attacking me because we're in the world of gaslighters now, boys. Be careful what jokes you make; they'll be used against you.
yeah,
Police officer, shoot me now. To be honest, that whatever words you say against you will be used against you in court just opens me up to say loads of jokes and call them gay and shit like that. You know, like you were calling the police officers homophobic slurs the entire time you were being arrested. Can you explain that? Well, They told me my words would be used against me, and I wanted to make this court hearing at least somewhat funny, so we all go home feeling a little less depressed. Just sneaking in that I'll be leaving this court, hopefully. Slide down the table.
Yeah.
They don't,
I mean,
I don't think they have to read you your rights here because we're all subjects, we're not citizens. So.
Well, the thing that I find really sickening
I've been
about
arrested.
this about this whole rhetoric is like okay, we all know, but I asked a rhetorical question. Who are they trying to appeal to? Because let's be honest here, there are working class people that are homeless who are working multiple jobs as we speak. And
right.
it's a lot bigger than you think, the homeless population. Or
Oh
people who
yeah.
are borderline homeless or who don't have a place to live, so they have to go from place to place, like a friend, a hotel. Okay, but the question I have to ask rhetorically is, are these people social scum who go to work every day and
Right.
Right.
despite being homeless, they
Like,
do everything right?
I remember back in college, there was like some older people that worked, I think, the same type of grocery jobs like I was working, whatever. And I knew a lot of them. That I would talk to them, and like people were like living out of their cars and shit.
Right.
And some people are even worse off than that. Like they didn't even have a car.
Right.
You know what though? Jobs now, kicking those people out and gentrifying the workspace and making it so you have to have all these degrees to workplaces.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's happening
You
too.
know, they're bringing a lot of the people who have been semi-proletarians into the lumpen, and I would argue that they were already pretty much there in a lot of cases, and they're now deep in with us, and a lot of people as well that are like that. So a lot of us lumpen proletarian lot will go in and out of work, um, getting job to job. Like a lot of agency work, you'll have people that are like that, whether they're either living in their car or the only reason they've got a yard to live in is because they don't have a car and they don't have any other high expenses, and they have to not public transport everywhere, walk everywhere. When I had to fucking so it was 4 miles there, 4 mile. Actually, no, I don't think it was a full 4 mile. It was like 3.5 mile, 3.5 mile back. I had to do yesterday, but it would have been longer anyway because I walked through the town and then I walked over to a shopping center because I got no money for bus. I got no money at all now, and I had to go spend my last money on cleaning chemicals to fucking deal with a blocked sink. Fucking, I'm fucked. I have to walk around with a fucking stick, so that's fun.
Jesus. But I remember, back when I was just I was working two jobs, trying to save up money for school. Um, there were like some days where it was just like, and I would work nights too. So I would be walking home. This was before I had a car. I would be walking home at like 11:30 or around midnight and shit. And sometimes like my legs would just be so tired that I'd be like, fuck, like I'm gonna take a shortcut, and I would like walk through some neighborhoods, but like they were like the more well off type of like white retired neighborhoods, and there would always be police like driving through there and shit, and they would stop me like 9 out of 10 times and like ask, like basically harass me and tell me like, what the hell am I doing walking around here? And I'm just sitting here thinking like, bro, like I don't have a car, I'm walking home from work. Like, is this really that out of the fucking ordinary, bro?
They protect those neighborhoods like hawks.
Yeah, the
One of
crazy
the
thing
things.
is that like we almost never see them like in my neighborhood, which was literally just like 4 or 5 blocks down. The shit is like so like blocked off from everybody else.
Right.
Like
Excuse
their
me,
houses were all
sir.
nice and shit,
Why
and
are you
everybody
not?
that lived in my area lived in like fucking trailers and shit, dude.
So, like, the thing is that now over here, they force around 15-20% of housing in new housing estates to be social housing. So now they're like encasing small amounts of lumpen proletarian and proletarian people in these middle class estates, these petty bourgeois labor aristocrat estates. I'm unfortunately on one of those new block estates where I'm in one of the cheap fucking flats that are situated surrounded by all these fucking middle class fuckers, and it goes from like my area growing up where the police you know they might drive by every now and then on the night, but normally they kept their night patrols to the edge so that they were just patrolling the area that bordered the. I'm on about the area I grew up in. So I grew up in just up the road from where I am, which is the poor estate, and um, at the night they wouldn't bring their cars in a patrol around the actual road. They would just go around the we have roads that are called ways, and a way is a bypass between two areas. It's just a standard road. It's not a bypass in the fast road time, just a bypass in the sense of a one in one out sort of road. And so the way that goes around my estate and down towards the post office, or used to be a post office. They just come around that because that was a borderline between the middle class estate on the other side of the road. All the
Yeah.
middle class estates were, and then or on the other side of the road is where it was mostly the working class estates until you got towards the post office, where then you got a more mixture of middle class and working class. Well, then more so, it's like they were working class houses like 50 years ago, but not so much anymore. Like it's a weird conversation, that sector, but up my area is council estate, so where I was growing up, and then where they've built this new estate right next to my the area I grew up. It's since living on here,
Yeah.
the only time I've seen a police car like doing just a skirt, a patrol around here is at night. So it's like the opposite, because back when I was on my council estate growing up, the time you would see the police officers actually doing a proper patrol on the estate would be, well, for the majority of my time living there, they used to send on foot officers daily to go up the area.
Yeah.
So you would always see a police officer. Eventually, that stopped when the police took a different tactic in the early 2010s, where they changed up for a more patrol car centered presence-based tactic, where you're seen as in a patrol car, but you're not so much on foot or in force. You're just always around, traveling around everywhere, so you're always being seen. So then, while the foot patrols stopped, you had the cars coming through during the daytime. They would normally just go over the main road uh, um, that passed over my estate, that goes past the high school and all the way down them ways. But they may even turn in on the estate.
Yeah.
So
You see,
they,
see
they, they
the ironic thing is that like even though like we rarely saw like the police like just patrolling, like the only time we really saw them was when they was arresting somebody like from our area. But the ironic thing is that like the police station was just around the corner from us, but they wouldn't really patrol our area at all. Though the only time we ever really saw them is that we started to notice people started to notice that sometimes they'd be driving around in like unmarked vans and shit.
Oh yeah. So when they've got the police thing right next to you, they will do undercover tactics and dirty shit like that. But
Yeah.
also they rely on the fact that they are so close. If someone wants to use them as a hammer against people, they're there to be used. 'Cause, I mean, let's
Yeah.
be real. Like I've been in a situation where a door has been chopped down by a drunk guy with a machete. It was Christmas. It was the 5 a.m. Christmas Eve. And so me and my mate are at the top of the stairs with an air rifle and an air pistol, ready to shoot the cunt. Um, and his missus decided to call the police. And after trying to speak with them for 40 minutes, they told her to go speak to him. This is a this is this. This is a woman who's gone and called the police to tell them that a bloke is going to chop down the door with a machete, and their position is to go chat with them. Like,
Wow.
what? Like,
Right.
yeah, that's gonna go well. Like, um, uh, I have a friendly conversation with the person that is trying to fucking get at the door with a machete. Yeah, maybe they could turn up and deal with the problem. But if it was a petty bourgeois person ringing and saying that, 'cause remember they take your address, they know where area you're speaking from. If you were to
Right.
speak from an area that was affluent, middle class, well off, they'd fucking be running down there to save your ass. I'm telling you to go talk to the motherfucker. If it was someone smashing on the door of a shop with a machete, they'd fucking rush down. But
Yeah, I mean, look at what happened. I mean, the worst example, or like the worst, as in mean violent example, is how like 19 cops in Uvalde County just stood down for over an hour during that shooting. Um, and it's a Hispanic county, etc.
Yeah, it's not
Um,
like they had to go in there and rush if they were like a bunch of white kids, you know. Like, I'm
right.
sure if there was
Oh,
a bunch of middle class white kids, they would have fucking been in there immediately within seconds.
oh, absolutely. Especially if it was like a private school. I
Yeah, if
mean,
it
they
was a
would have.
private school, shit, they would have called the military in.
Right.
Speaking of shooting, like I was going to address this originally in this end of the month stream, but I think it's relevant that we should discuss this because this is a issue that's affecting the working class. Like the amount of the mass shootings that's been going on in this country is like scary, and I know this may be I don't since you don't live in America, Stone, so I don't know what your perspective would be on this, but I think the very fact that there's been more mass shootings than the amount of days in this country, like in this
Right.
year alone, is very scary. It really is.
Jason Unruh is correct. Like when it comes to like the world, America has one thing for it that it is unique on. It is extra special on. You get a little pat on the head, and that's that. No other country in the world has children take guns into schools and shoot the rest of their classmates.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought Jason put it well that America doesn't have a gun problem. The guns have an America problem.
Yeah,
Yeah. And of course, who is against guns recently? Caleb Maupin. He's out here saying that the proletariat shouldn't be armed, and some.
Caleb Maupin's a cop, and no one's going to change my mind.
he's a cock.
I find it
Going
super
off.
fucking annoying. Like, I haven't really even seen any of them like what they're saying about like the Uvalde shooting at all. Like, they're either not addressing it or trying to like somehow like stupidly tie it
Oh.
into like Ukraine or some shit. Like,
Oh no,
Yeah.
I've heard them blaming trans people for this one.
yeah, or that.
So there was so this has been happening quite a bit. So in Arizona, there was
The congressman.
the congressman who blamed the trans person.
Yeah, Paul Gassar. He's actually a representative from my district.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and what's
Ooh.
it? I mean, I told I sent that article to a brother who's on the street in Arizona, and he said something really good about it, and I can't seem to find it.
Yeah, Paul Gassar absolutely like browses like 4chan and all that shit, like QAnon stuff. Like he absolutely does.
Okay,
Yeah.
Like,
so when I sent the article about how the rep Paul Gassar had falsely accused
yeah, they said it was like what leftist trans and like something else.
Oh, and
fucking
he blamed immigrants too.
Oh yeah, like an illegal immigrant. They said they were an illegal
Yeah.
immigrant.
Yeah.
Comrade Net, as I was trying to say, said this: "Fuck fascism. Always blaming the most valuable in society. Arizona is fascist."
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Bro, like
Well,
like dead ass, like in Arizona, like it wasn't even that long ago. It was like I think I was still in high school, and they probably, it's Arizona. They've probably done it like a million times since then. But I remember there was this really big news story back when I was in high school, And they literally did fucking book burning because they were trying to like teach like Hispanic children like the history of like of like the the areas that were conquered by the United States like before like Arizona became a state. Like they just took over like the
Right.
Southwest, like they literally had fucking book burnings because like schools were trying to teach that stuff to students, and they were basically calling it like critical race theory and all this shit.
Yeah, yeah. Pat Buchanan.
Like we
the
literally
racist-
had fucking book burnings here. It's
right.
insane.
Yeah, and Pat Buchanan was like complaining about that too, and
Well,
that.
You should have heard like I think I was in like the 9th or 10th grade when SB 1070 became like a really big fucking thing. Like, dude, SB 1070 has literally like psychologically ruined a bunch of Hispanic people here.
Yeah.
Like we're all terrified of the fucking police because we think like we're gonna get fucking thrown into like a fucking jail if we don't carry our fucking our citizenship, proof of citizenship at all fucking times.
Well,
Right.
they treat everyone whom is Hispanic on the basis that they're possibly a like a Mexica or someone like that. Like they treat them all as a possibility. They're of native heritage, so they're tarnished people. So they treat them all in that sense of, well, you might as well be black at that point. And it's the same way that like a thing to go on with Arizona is that Arizona makes Texas look like California.
It really does.
Yeah.
Like people that don't live in these states would think it's the opposite, but no.
Right.
Like the right wing is fucking crazy in Arizona. But like on top of the way that like SB 1070 made like Hispanics feel, you guys should have seen, like, you could probably still find like YouTube videos of it, of like the fucking lunatic far right wingers that are like the white people here, like the petty bourgeois, that were like screaming like to get the fuck out of the country and like all this shit. Like, bruh, it was insane. Like we had actual people like waving around like swastikas and shit here.
Right.
In fact, wait, wasn't it like recently, like in the 2020 election, like where Bernie was in Arizona and like they put out a fucking Nazi flag? I remember that now.
Yeah, and it went viral on 4chan and all.
Yeah, that shit went viral. Like that was literally here in Arizona, bro.
Right, and I was Stop to Steal. They had some events there in Arizona.
I remember my local grocery store had a fucking KKK member like spray painted onto the side of it. And I mean, it should be obvious, but yeah, it definitely was a like predominantly Hispanic grocery store. So
right, yeah. And then according to Maupin, I've heard him say that he claims that many illegal immigrants are working class. I mean, not working class. He said middle class. Sorry. And I don't know what he's trying to go with that now.
I mean, it kind of depends on what he's talking about. So, like, for instance, I know some. Well, since I live in I'm basically in this community, but there's a lot of them that like they'll have family members back in Mexico and they'll send money back over there to like benefit their families and stuff. So like a lot of them are not living like crazy lavish middle class lives like Maupin is pretending is the case.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know, I've worked with people who are undocumented and all that, different backgrounds.
Undocumented people typically are getting paid fuck all and are sending money back home. So it's not only that they're not living a lavish luxury life, the jobs they take, they don't get paid. They don't even get paid minimum wage. They're taking jobs illegally, so they're gonna get paid less than people. And a lot of the time, they're having to work 2, 3, 4 jobs. And a lot of them would be illegal jobs, not just in the sense that it's illegal work for an actual legal job, like illegal jobs for illegal peoples, like, big bourgeois of the lumpen proletariat shit. And, you fuck up for the lumpen petty bourgeois, the lumpen bourgeoisie, and you got a world of hurting for you. There's a whole slave market in the going on there, and the utilization of people on drug plantations and shit. It's nasty business.
Yeah, and like in my area, in my area, like in Yuma, Arizona, like there's seasonal work and it's hot. People are like, it's fucking hot in Arizona, like in the summer. Like they're out there
Yep.
in the fucking fields working in like 120-degree weather, like picking
Right.
lettuce and shit. It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy. Like my ex girlfriend, her grandma was working in the fucking fields here till she was like 64.
Yep.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's insane, and yeah, and it's very, and it wasn't it kind of interesting though with Moppin is that he wants to be for unlimited growth, he wants
Yeah.
the population to have more babies, and he wants a natal program for that. But then he's like, no, we don't need any immigrants. We don't need these crowds.
Yeah. And
They're all terrorists, and
it was always easy to like point out like when the fucking field workers were like going over to like work in the fields too, because like they would drive them over from San Luis, Arizona, in a
right,
fucking this like big white bus. So like
right,
it looked like fucking, if you drive by like when they're working, it literally looks like fucking slave labor, dude.
yeah, it does. There's
The
some of
white
that too in
bus that looks like
California.
prison buses as well, man. Like,
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. Without these immigrants, these people hate, the American economy wouldn't be able to function.
I wouldn't. I'm pretty sure that my area is like the biggest producer of lettuce. Like I don't know if in the world, but one of them in the world, but definitely in the United States. Yuma, Arizona is like one of the biggest lettuce producers,
now,
and
Right.
a lot of that comes from illegal immigrant work.
now, I hate to surprise the average American, but y'all are immigrants.
Right.
I and I just want to get back to like maybe like that Texas shooting. One thing that this has led to is a real distrust of the police. I've been looking up. A
Good.
lot of
Yeah.
people think they're just great. I mean, it's a tragedy that this had to happen though, because of all these,
Right.
innocent kids and people who had to die. But yeah, the police are not there to protect us. The police,
Yeah.
like, for example, I
Yeah,
was working one day.
wasn't it like a Supreme Court case or like maybe not Supreme Court, but there was some court case where basically they fucking admitted that like it's not the police's job to protect us. Like,
Yeah. It was a
Yeah,
2005
verbatim.
case. Yeah.
yeah,
And
Yeah,
and
so that's something that's actually statuted by the British police as well. So it's not that
I,
it's not their job to protect you, it's their job to protect property and to keep the peace, to keep order. Order.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
yeah, they had to
music.
stop
so
the rowdy parents outside. And, that was really keeping the peace.
Right. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's yeah, people are yeah, even my parents were pissed off about the cops standing down.
you're
Um
you're increasingly seeing anti-police sentiment in this country, and what are the pet stocks doing? Fucking supporting the police at every signal fucking opportunity that
Yeah, I
they
wouldn't be
can.
surprised if I start seeing like Blue Lives Matter flags on their fucking shit.
Oh,
right. It's only a matter of time before they start doing like proletariat cops or whatever. Um
I've
I Caleb Maupin is like
already
there's
seen it.
not many like racial stereotypes and offensive shit like that. I wonder if like when he goes down to like the South, is he to try and appeal? So I'm gonna go, yeah, and I'm with my cousin too.
No, like
yeah.
I've already seen like the Pat Sox like reject a cab because they're like, oh, because like we're gonna have police and socialism too. So
Right.
clearly our cops
Yeah.
are bad.
But we are we? That's the big question, isn't it? Like,
Right.
would they be called the police? Because like the biggest thing is that like these people just think the police is the norm, and it's like no. Robert Peel literally based off the Colonial Garrison. Look at a British police officer's hat, then go look at the hat of a Colonial Garrison. Makes you do some thinking.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know. They'll make an excuse up for having cops in communism. Um Yeah, it's coming. That one's coming for sure. I mean, they're already demonizing the homeless. Haas is saying that they're crackheads and all this bull crap. He's saying that they're dangerous to children, and it's such bullshit. It's such bullshit.
Yeah, you should have seen the racist shit that I saw. Like when Haas was like, Haas posted a fucking dumbass video of some guy like smoking crack on the subway and like to try to hate on public transportation. And then one of the top fucking comments that had a bunch of likes was some like clear, obvious like racist, probably a fascist, where he was like, Haas, don't watch too many of these videos or you'll start to realize the real reason why we can't have nice things.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, at the
That's
end of the
usually
day,
dog whistling too.
If Mandem needs to do a bit of the old CRA bit of crack to survive, then let him fucking do it. I don't know. At the end of the day, like they're pulling out like the worst extremes of people. Like anyone doing any drugs, like a cigarette to fucking smoking dope or anything like that on the subway is going to obviously be a dickhead. Like we all wouldn't disagree with that, but they're using it to demonize people who use drugs, not people who are assholes. Like you know what I'm saying? Maybe the guy isn't even an asshole. Maybe he's literally distraught and has gone for all the last measures. We just don't give a shit, man. I'm just gonna puff his pipe where he wants to puff his pipe.
It's not even like crack and like meth and like other types of drugs. Like they're even demonizing like weed, like fucking what was it? Like it was like some CPI
devil's
idiot.
lettuce. How dare you goddamn promote the goddamn devil's lettuce in my presence? Weed.
Yeah, like some fucking CPI dude was like saying that how like, oh, if you were to like, if these fucking weed addicts were to like smoke weed in North Korea, they would be fucking thrown in prison or some shit.
No, they wouldn't. It's legal to smoke weed in Korea.
Yeah, for real.
There's not a law at all, and all they say is there's one public decree in the city, and only in the city of Pyongyang. There's don't piss off people. That's all it says. Just don't go around blowing weed in people's face. It's fucking.
And then that same person was trying to like justify fucking China's bullshit revisionist imperialist actions about like working with like that, trying to work with like the IMF and World Bank and shit by saying like the DPRK is also trying to work with the like, even if that's true, like, I haven't heard that, but even if that's true, like they gotta realize the different like position that each of these countries are in. Like the DPRK is like cut off from like the rest of the fucking world and shit right now.
So the DPRK,
like China has so many fucking options. Like they don't need those the IMF and the World Bank.
The DPRK tried to work with the IMF in 2003. Well, from 1997 to 2003, and the IMF denied them every time. Trying to destroy the nation. I don't know whether they've built a relationship since then, but from my experience, the IMF basically told the DPRK to get fucked and go die.
Yeah, they're demonizing weed. Moppin recently said that, that people need to stop get mad at him over it, and that people shouldn't be doing drugs. And then he's trying to blame weed for why Jason Unruh called them out.
Yeah.
Here.
I didn't even know that Jason smokes weed, if I'm honest.
Well, okay, be honest. What if Caleb is everything he says? What if he actually smokes weed himself and he's just a big fat hypocrite?
He probably did in college. Like,
I mean, I think if anything, like most petty bourgeois people, he probably did a bit of cocaine in college.
Yeah,
he probably did.
Like, he comes from a Protestant, upper fucking, basically upper class family. I say upper middle class, but he's the petty bourgeois as petty bourgeois can be. His father was like manager on loads of different trusts, and if anyone knows how charitable trusts work, they make a lot of money to supposedly help people.
Right.
Caleb, he still has videos on his channel where he's like, he used to wear in college like hammer and sickle t-shirts with like fucking big ass leather jackets and shit. Like,
yeah,
I swear he's an NPC. So there's a picture of him wearing a leather jacket on top of a leather jacket.
What the fuck?
He was at the March on Wall Street, and I'm like, that's uncomfortable. That makes me cringe. But stop.
Wasn't like I don't remember. Was he still in Workers' World Party at that point?
Well,
I think there was like Eric
Stryker, who he claims to have never met before.
Yeah, like wasn't Eric Stryker also in the party at that point?
Yeah, he was, and they were both arrested at the same time on the same day during the March on Wall Street, and both of them went from being fairly left wing to being really right wing after that, and
Oh
kind of
yeah,
fascist. Eric Stryker went openly fascist. Caleb Maupin has done this Red Brown Alliance stuff. Like, maybe
yeah.
I wonder if
Yeah,
like
so-
somebody talked to them from like the back end, you know?
You know,
Yeah.
another thing that these Pat Sox would not support, and I think Papa Wedge has a point here. Well, regarding maternity leave, like I wouldn't be shocked if they actually are against this.
Oh God.
the
Yeah, what the
fuck?
fuck, dude? How could anybody be like against that? Or like against maternity leave and call themselves a socialist?
Wow.
Well,
You
okay,
know, even the
well, okay,
Conservative Party debate whether that's a good idea. Like, it's not like a
guys,
unilateral
for
thing with them.
context, I don't. This guy usually watches my Star Wars content, so he's just watching the stream as it's live. I don't normally stream this late, so yeah, I don't think the people he's talking to is a socialist. He's just bringing up points,
Oh, okay.
things that he encountered on his job, just for
Okay.
context.
Oh, okay, I
Doesn't
see.
matter. Like, regardless, he's speaking from experience, so that's it.
Yeah, I mean, back in college, when I was still working at like fucking Walmart, my manager literally thought that Biden was a communist. So
Yeah.
I was like, wow. I didn't say it out loud, but I was just thinking in my head, like, wow, like
Yeah.
I'm being managed by someone this stupid.
Yeah, and Moppin thinks, oh, and one of the Pat Sox recently tonight. This is a Pat Sox specifically that calls himself like Lennon Ball, and he attacks
Oh, that guy's a
Sakai.
fucking idiot.
Yeah, he attacks Sakai like every week.
Yeah.
And today he just put out a tweet saying that the petit bourgeois are revolutionary, and
Oh no.
they got a dual face. What did he say? Like a dual personality or whatever. I forgot.
It's
But he
like
tried to invoke Lenin, and so this is like the type of people that we're dealing with. They hate the homeless. They hate the lumpen, but the petty bourgeois, we can team up with them.
Dude, that
Yeah.
guy's a fucking idiot. That was like I think that guy had like the viral tweet that everybody ratioed to hell, where he tried to say that like the USA is no longer settler colonial.
Right.
He's that
Right.
level of stupidity.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Well,
reaching prism level of stupid.
if I have to be honest with you, like what's funny about these people, like if you go throughout history, and I've said this multiple times, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. The people that always support fascism first and the loudest supporters of fascism and the first line and last line of defense for fascism is always the petty bourgeoisie. It's never like the lumpen, it's the petty bourgeoisie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not saying you okay, I gotta say this in case someone takes this out of context, like they inevitably do. I'm not saying you can't be a lumpen and be a fascist. That's ludicrous. Of course you can. But someone who is in the middle class is far more likely to be a fascist than someone who's in the lumpen. Because it's not in the lumpen's interest to be a fascist unless
Yeah.
they're part of the lumpen aristocracy.
Objection, bias. You are lumpen proletariat, so you're cheating.
Yeah.
I'll sorry.
Yeah.
I've got the Amber Heard getting fucking fisted by fucking Johnny Depp stuck in my head for the last like 2 weeks.
Well, the thing is, all of my friends in the real world are all lumpen. Like, so one of them doesn't have the mental capacity to hold a job, and the other, his knees are fucked up. So I know plenty of lumpen people.
Yeah, and according to Haas, he says that Karl Marx was right about the lumpen, and that none of them can be revolutionary. That's verbatim what he said.
That's only true if you ignore like most of the history of Marxism.
Right, and then on the other stream from last week, he calls himself a Ron Paul Maoist, and who wants to reestablish the Constitution.
Oh. For those of he's not familiar with these terms, we should explain briefly what lumpen actually means. Because not everyone that watches my streams are read in
The
Marxism.
lumpen. So when you look at class
Disenfranchised.
society and you look at the way that the class society is structured, you have the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, the labor aristocracy, the proletariat. And then when you have this society, that's an enfranchised society. These people exist within the functional means of capitalist society in the first world, and therefore have an indulgence within capitalist realism of which they benefit from empire. And in the case of the third world, are the constructive functions of that empire, whether it be the people who are rammed into factories or the and so on and so forth. The lumpen proletariat are the disenfranchised sectors varying to those societies. So in the first world context, the lumpen proletariat are those of which that are disenfranchised from capitalist realism. That's the main course of function for the alienated first world. So it's the unemployed, the disabled, what's it? The lower class colonialized workers and other groups like that. But then when you look at it as well, you have like an aristocracy of the lumpen, and you have the lumpen petit bourgeoisie, lumpen bourgeoisie. And also you have the third world where it's still the unemployed, the disabled, and the more fourth worlder groups that encompass the lumpen proletariat in the third world. In the third world, the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat are both victims of imperialism rather than there being a disparity between benefactor and disenfranchised. But lumpen essentially just means disenfranchised. That's the simple of it.
Right.
Yeah. And with the crazy thing is about like Haas with like the Pat Sox in general, with their fucking stupid opportunist bullshit where they go all the way back to like Marx and Engels in their early years when they talk about like the lumpen and stuff like that, is that, well, first of all, they ignore all the actual experience that the actual revolutions have had. And second of all, like they don't even really acknowledge like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy basically if they go back that far, where they don't even try to like, they just write these people off, like they don't even try to fucking organize them at all. Like even in the Communist Manifesto, like even though Marx kind of says it in a shitty way, and he kind of just like says that they're so here's what Marx says. He says the lumpen proletariat, the social scum, that passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of the old society, may here and there be swept into the movement by a proletarian revolution. Its conditions of life, however, prepare it far more for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue. So like they'll take that second part of that quote and just like immediately write the lumpen proletariat off. But like at least in the first part of the quote here, Marx does at least acknowledge that the lumpen will be swept into the movement by a proletarian revolution. And I basically like what I think is that they're ignoring the first part of that, and they're just rejecting like the fact that we could actually like work with these people and organize them to like actually like play a progressive role here and not become like a quote unquote reactionary intrigue. So like their interpretation of it is really fucking bullshit.
Any part
Right.
of the struggle would become reactionary if it was abandoned. Like if the lumpen
Yeah.
were to
Really.
organize and tell the proletariat to fuck off, they'd become reactionary. And what's quite interesting, so they want to obfuscate this point for two reasons. A, if you split the working class up between the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat, you keep it weaker. So if you want to do class collaborationism, you prevent the working class from having a chance to strike back at you. The Nazis did the same between the lumpen and the proletariat of the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat of Germany. Secondly, anyone. So this comes to the ones who, even though some people who are actual Marxists, though I'm using that word sparingly, push anti-lumpen shit. They want that. So they're dialectical rationalists, and that's why they're not really true Marxists. They're just actual, in as big a fucking quotation marks as you can. Because what they want to do is they want to rationalize away empirics. So the reason why they can't leave the door in that the lumpen could be organized into the struggle is because as time has gone on, in the first world, it has come to show that the lumpen proletariat will be the ones to bring the proletariat into the struggle because of imperialism. In the third
Yeah,
world, I absolutely believe it will be the proletariat that will bring the lumpen together. But the lumpen proletariat in the third world is just as revolutionary as the lumpen proletariat can be in the first world. It's just the
absolutely.
it's
Mhm.
the first world proletariat is not revolutionary, and in a lot of cases, not even proletariat. You look at the lower sectors of the labor aristocracy, and it's like their connections to being proletariat isn't their own experiences anymore. It's the fact that their grandfather did something or their father did something.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I've been noticing recently that these fucking Patsocks are like they're claiming to be like Maoists now, or like better Maoists than the Maoists.
Yeah.
And it's fucking funny because apparently they haven't read like one of the foundational texts from Mao, Analysis of the Classes in Chinese Society, where he literally says here, he says, quote, apart from all these other classes, there is a fairly large lumpen proletariat made up of peasants who have lost their land and handicraftsmen who cannot get work. They lead the most precarious existence of all. In every part of the country, they have their secret societies, which are originally their mutual aid organizations for political and economic struggle. One of China's difficult problems is how to handle these people. Brave fighters, but apt to be destructive. They can become a revolutionary force if given proper guidance. They just ignored like that. Like Mao never wrote that.
Mhm.
And he's
Yeah,
saying right here, plain and simple, that we can and we should organize the lumpen.
Mao later went to analyze as well that the People's Liberation Army and most of its early existence up until about the late 30s was a predominant lumpen proletarian force. It wasn't until 1936 when the Second Sino-Japanese War started that you then got the mass amounts of proletarians joining the People's Liberation Army. It was a predominantly lumpen proletarian force, and it makes sense. Like he said, there was a ridiculously large lumpen proletariat to China, and even if there wasn't, like he also said, these people are very dedicated fighters and dedicated to the struggle. We're hot-headed a bit though, obviously, because we're in the struggle at the point, but we also have the most experience, so it goes a long ways. Experiences down pathways to genuine knowledge. You obscure those with the most experience, it's obviously going to seem like we're being slighted, and so that creates spite. Like, we're not only being pushed away from the struggle in a way where we're actually being proven to not be involved. We're being spited in a way that we know is wrong, and that's what pushes a lot of people into some bad ideas,
Yeah.
bad actions.
And I'm always like super fucking skeptical of fellow like MLs or supposed MLs that like are really reactionary against the lumpen.
Khrushchevites.
Yeah, they're fucking Khrushchevites.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, so you're not actually a Marxist Lenin. Like, this is the thing with like, I always try to see now like, what kind of ML are you? Are you an actual ML? Are you an anti-revisionist, or are you like a fucking shithead, like just pretending to be an ML?
If you're a Khrushchevite, a Brezhnevite, or anyone like that, you're not even a communist because, like, I hate the term revisionist because, like, it gives the door for people to still call themselves a communist. Now, revisionist is supposed to mean that you're not a Marxist anymore. Like, it's not supposed to, like, a revisionist is no longer a Marxist, is what it's meant to mean. But people will just be like, the Marxist revisionists. It's like, well, now you've made an ideology, and it's scary. And so the way I look at it is that they are what they are, and if it quacks like a neo-feudalist, if it waddles like a neo-feudalist, shits on the side of the bed like Amber Heard, it's probably a Trotskyist.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that Caleb, he's done a lot of defenses for Khrushchev and Brezhnev. He tried to argue that, well, the U.S. had nukes, so therefore Khrushchev had to do the whole peaceful coexistence. And and he's also defended the crackdown in Czechoslovakia of '68, and tried to argue that Zuchev was a Western agent, and that I guess the masses in Czechoslovakia don't know how to do socialism according to Maupin.
Like the funny thing is that Maupin will pretend he like upholds like actual like revolutionary black Marxists that have been historical figures in the United States. You know, like the Black Panthers and fucking he even tried to uphold like Frantz Fanon, who's not American obviously, but he pretends that he tries to uphold him when all these people like he rejects them in theory like and practice. And in terms of even like Harry Haywood, who was in like the Communist Party and was kicked out. I mean, if let's be honest, if Maupin was in power in that party, he would also have kicked out Harry Haywood. Because Harry
Absolutely.
Haywood rejected like the peaceful transition to socialism like explicitly. So
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point there. Yeah, I mean, Maupin would. Let's face it, he would. He would be like Vosh. He'd be against them. Um, yeah, there's no doubt about that for sure.
If we are fighting against the aggressor, I've already given it away. I've used the word fighting, but if you're dealing with an aggressor, aggression is innately violent, and it doesn't matter whether it's through the system it uses to commit that violence, or whether it is a contradiction of the way in which cultural hegemonic institutions from which that systemic violence is sourced instigates and institutes supposedly anomalic activities that anyone who actually is using dialectical materialism would know are not really anomalous, but nonetheless, it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's violence, whether it's soft violence or hard violence. It's violence, and so how is which of the oppressed supposed to deal with that violence? Do they turn the other cheek, Caleb? Is that really what you're saying? Because the guy who said that you should turn the other cheek when you're being slapped also said that you should fucking fight just wars and kick out oppressors and told the Romans to go fuck themselves. Maybe you should read that part of like Jesus Christ's story before you start pushing this turn the other cheek shit. Because pacifism doesn't mean you're just a peaceful little whelp all the time. It means that you only attack in a non-aggressive stance. That's why they changed the definition of the word aggressive, because non-aggression did not mean to fucking not ever fight. It meant to not fucking attack in wrongdoing. That's why the Black Panthers were called the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense.
Yep. And I hate to break the news to Caleb, but the Black Panthers did own guns. It is what it is, and
yeah, but maybe he agrees with Comrade Reagan of like getting getting rid of the gun.
well, he likes Nixon, who was originally the one that started it against
Oh,
the
yeah.
Black.
Wait.
LaRouche, who Caleb is very big fan of and his connections with their family, and LaRouche was an advisor to Reagan and came up with the Star Wars program. So,
Like, didn't the Pet Sox literally support this? Basically, say that the people in the summer of love were synthetic left.
Yeah, a lot of them are saying that the 70s and the 60s were like a hippie psyop by the CIA. And yeah, well, like these people, they're calling everybody a hippie now. So I don't know what it even means today.
I wonder if they're gonna call the Black Panther Party like CIA. I bet they want to, but they know they can't say that.
Right, yeah.
What's to stop them from doing that? I wouldn't be shocked if they do in the future.
Yeah, in the future, like maybe there'll come a time when they just say fuck it.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
So when fucking Mopina is in his Satanist video, he's going on about that woman who joined the org because it just felt naughty. Want to be bad. He was describing someone who was petty bourgeois, and it's like a middle class. It's like, yeah, middle class people are like that. Says the middle class guy who turned around and said that he got ignored because leftists don't want to go around marching around in streets like fascists. And people do go on like fucking group marches and stuff like that. They don't do it dressed like Confederates or dressed like Union flag bearing fucking fascists.
Right.
They're the type of people that like to go on things called protests, where we march in solidarity for struggles, not march to the marching band waving Nazi flags. But I mean, if you wanna do that, Caleb, there's There's the National Socialist Americanist Party of Arizona. Go join them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Maupin's the type of guy. I mean, what else does he do now? I mean, he criticizes the World Workers Party for protesting Trump.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was one of his big spliffs with them.
Well, he calls them all third worldists as well at one point, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he did.
There used to be a great neo-trot party, and they did good stuff when they were neo-trots, but now it's infected by those slime-eating third worldists.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
right. I saw one of them shit in a microwave.
yeah. He also blames drugs and quote unquote sexual orgies for why the party gone
What the fuck?
down.
It's everywhere we go. It's just fucking what's it, drugs and other stuff like that. Do you know what's funny
Right.
though? Caleb Maupin is that desensitized. He went to describe Jason Unruh as a weed smoking guy who plays Fallout 2. I'm
Right.
I'm the one who sits around playing fucking Fallout 2 and smoking weed. Jason's the one who plays Fallout 4 and smokes weed. You get getting it confused.
Right.
He described
Yeah.
me, and I got excited. So it's a good video for starting a Fallout 2 stream.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, I smoke weed too. I was high earlier as well, and fuck Caleb Maupin if he hates that. He's really childish with this whole thing. Like he's like now he's trying to say that MK Ultra had more involvement and that it was had more drugs and that it was about like spreading it to every community and that MK Ultra was like an attack on the political activists. It's so out of. He's trying to poison the well. He's trying to associate marijuana with MK Ultra. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's
Caleb's
doing.
pretty. I mean, is Caleb just like? I mean, we know the answer to this. Like, he's not really around like working class people, but
Right.
like people like a lot of people in the working class like marijuana is like a pretty fucking common like thing.
Right.
A lot of
Exactly.
people use it for disability. A lot of people use it because of spiritual reasons. A lot of people use it
Right.
for multiple, either and
Um,
or. I mean, I've got a very multi-layered mixture of medical and cultural reasons to engage with it.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't use it personally, but I mean, I don't have a problem with other people using it, and I don't see why Caleb
I
would.
know people who don't use it, but they don't mind sitting around people who use it because then they can have a chimichanga on it.
For real.
Right.
Papa Wedge is asking a good question. So like Nazis are allowed to exist, the National Socialist Party, when they're trying to be at least a little bit well, they're not even trying really. What they're doing is they're trying to do the Strasser thing whenever they call themselves National Socialists. But
Right.
these Nazi parties, they're allowed to exist because it's a wild card for capitalism. Like neo-feudalism is their sort of their way out in a class crisis, and it's the way out from the angle of the petty bourgeoisie. I mean, that's why there's like different forms of neo-feudalism. Like fascism is typically the neo-feudalism that tries to either restorate or restart capitalism. It's one or the other. Either restorate it from socialism or restart it from already a position of capital holding and try and basically, when your cassette player's not working, you got to put a pen down the thing to reset the thing because the one of them dodgy digital display ones, and it's because like that. When you're restarting your Tamagotchi, that's probably more relevant to more of the Z lot here. You're restarting your Tamagotchi, you put a pen in it. That's what they're doing with capitalism. But so neo-feudalism as well comes in like the not all anarchism, but the petty bourgeois anarchists of the 1800s and early 1900s were very
Mhm.
neo-feudal, and you could Khrushchev kind of really fulfills the prior statement because he actually did try and privatize sectors of the Soviet Union, but you could argue that a lot of the revisionists were actually the other kind of neo-feudalist that tries to, which you would call petty bourgeois socialists,
Right.
as Engels defined them.
Yeah.
Engels basically got onto like where fascism would come from because those petty bourgeois socialists were the inventors of fascism, national syndicalism, anarcho-mutualism, or mutualism in general, really, and fascism. Sorry, are the predecessors to fascism.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And but these we're also dealing with the type of people who dishonestly say stuff like, "Well, the Nazbol party disbanded or was outlawed, so therefore there's no more Nazbols," even though there clearly are some online and within
I'm just
Caleb's
letting you
circle.
know, Papa Wedge is not familiar with these terms, so you should explain what a Nazbol is. Really quick.
National Bolshevik. They're people that think mixing far right and far left positions. Although to make it seem like it's not as big of a thing, they say mixing second position and third position stuff is the way
Right.
to combat liberalism.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
well, the thing is, a lot of people that watch my streams, since they I don't normally do streams this late, so that's why it'd be a good idea to explain these terms for those who don't understand it.
It's not
So
about whether it's that late or not. Like, you speak in a way that dismisses people. It's just people are asking stuff.
well,
Obviously, watching it just because they're interested in it. You do know that when a stream is live is not indicative of when people will watch it.
oh, I understand that, but I just want them to understand it because
Yeah, they're asking questions and interacting with them. Like they're showing a decent understanding of at least class politics, the angle of things. We're talking to someone from Argentina here. Like, they're in the third world. They're seeing shit that we don't see.
Well, he asked, how does that even work? Well, the thing is, fascism is a one big gigantic contradiction.
Yeah, it doesn't work. That's sort of the thing. This isn't the first time it was tried either. Like, in the 1918, an Nazbol group formed in Germany, and then when they went to take their findings to Lenin in 1920, 1921, Lenin turned around and wrote the book called Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder.
Yeah.
Right.
Lenin lampooned it as just as you put, like, it doesn't even work. Wedge, it don't work. How does it work?
Right.
Into Lenin. Lenin was absconded. He was insulted. Like, he basically told them to go fuck themselves, get out.
Yeah. At some point, I think it was Niskrish. I forget his name. I can't pronounce these Russian names. I'm not sorry, but he was one of the Russian Nazbols who came back after Lenin died, but Stalin ended up facing his crimes, and he was accused of national chauvinism. And they're trying to distort Stalin's work as well.
Oh God.
Yeah, and of course the Russian Nazbols, they're connected to the German Nazbols ideologically, at least. They got it from Patil, which is a German guy. Yeah. And I mean, then of course you got Dugin and Lemonov try to do a whole Nazbol thing for like 8 years, and literal red brown alliance stuff, and promoting people like Julius Evola and their writings.
Let's be honest. Caleb Hoffman is the only
Julius
reason
Evola.
people know who Alexander Dugin is for the most part. He's very little people know who he is outside of Russia.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know what though? I think Julius Volva is a pussy hole.
I know we basically gone off, like, not. I'll probably just retitle this video at some point.
Well, I used to be homeless, so all the bits that we've gone off topic, it's still on topic because I'm here. I'm the magic of homelessness.
Again, it was a hook on. I'll probably change the title because this is a general discussion. You know what? I feel like I've been doing Haas Watch for the past few weeks now, and believe me, I do not enjoy talking
Like,
about
I'm
Haas.
getting fucking dementia from fucking doing Caleb mopping watch. I can't even get the name right. It's getting it trademarked. can I get someone's name trademarked? I'm pretty sure you can.
It's like, we should do a crossover event that puts the Avengers to shame, like the Haas and Moppin watch the crossover episode.
Yeah.
It would
Well,
just be
according to Haas, he specifically wants to shoot every Marvel character, including like Disney
What?
characters and Star Wars.
Why?
And then the franchises like that. I don't know. It was like some kind of bizarre.
you got really
anti-
angry about Luke Skywalker or something.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah. It was super crazy. Like,
Well, I personally think Haas was just seeing how dumb his audience is. I don't even think Haas believes half the stuff that comes out of his ass.
Of course not. I mean,
yeah,
he's a lawyer. When did they tell the truth?
right.
Yeah.
You want to know how to trigger Haas? Just point how many holes a woman has.
Well, yeah, but then he starts getting out his chalkboards and trying to prove to me something that I'm struggling with head injuries here. I can't laugh that hard. I'll pop a blood vessel. Like, it's dangerous.
Right.
Start getting out his chalkboards and show me the blueprints for the new prototype worm he's made, where the worm will only have the birth hole be the fuck hole.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, kids are gonna now be like fucking. You can hold them in like just two of your hands. They'll be like, when like you have like a fucking a fetus has only just entered utero. That's what fucking kids have to be like now, just to make.
Yeah.
You want to know what's really sad and pathetic? I really feel bad, not really, but kind of in a way, that Cuck Level is spending all this time hate watching this video, and I know you're watching this, so you're not fooling me. Like,
he might have been playing. He might have been too distracted. Fucking streaming himself, going onto chat up live streams with women who. That woman must have had the time of her life, because it's just like this guy's coming and he's trying to act and watch her and all that, and she's engaging with him. She's giving him some spice, and then all of a sudden he shows how adorable he really is.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Cuck. I'm just gonna say this, and I've said this earlier in the stream.
Oh, it's Ultraviolet has the inferior. That's what I call him.
Well, and I was referring to Haas. I was actually referring to who everyone calls me liberal. Like,
right.
How the right wing Star Wars fans were right by calling him Cuck Level. That's what they call him, actually.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And he is a cuck. I mean, seriously, he's a cuck to Caleb Muffin.
Yeah, he cooked out recently, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to do any more fights. I'll leave Infrared alone."
It's like, please, I beg of you, Caleb, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off for my drugs.
Did he say he's gonna leave Infrared alone? Like,
please,
yeah,
please, I want you to help me publish my book that I'll never publish. Please, I beg of you, forgive me, my lord.
I mean, I think as well that like it's more so. I mean, this kind of proves what I was thinking though a bit. Well, it doesn't prove it, but it gives cadence to it. So I was thinking that like what was really going on was that the whole process was to just make a distraction enough so that people with the short-term memory loss of the liberal world will forget about the truth of Keaton Mansfield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, although there was a real, obviously, with Samira Khan retweeting that pro-Spanish colonialism crap, that was a real like controversy for some people that even caused a tiny split. And
there's gonna be more splits.
Yeah, I agree. And
it's only a matter of time before they retweet some more stupid, obviously reactionary mask off shit.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but these people are mostly reactionary themselves, so it's like they're only getting contentious with each other because they're all in their own little corners. They're all different.
Right.
Yeah, there's like the naive people that didn't realize how fucking reactionary these people actually are, and then there's the ones that are like, hey, you guys can't be mask off like that. We gotta hide our reactionary bullshit.
mean, even the naive people themselves are just reactionary as the other people as well. So it's like they don't even know how reactionary they are themselves. Because I mean, think about it. Like, why would anyone be so far as attracted that they would side with someone who pushes the shit Caleb does?
Yeah, like for instance, like Dust James, like he's recently like split from Haas, but I think he still upholds Caleb.
Right. Right. Yeah. Dutch James is one of those, and he's still a pretty big dangest, and
It's
um,
every single person that still like is wanting to work with Caleb, despite Caleb basically throw him under the bus, is a fucking cock. I'm sorry, you're a
right.
fucking cock if you fucking still like work with Caleb despite him basically throwing you under the bus and thinking you're pathetic. I mean, come on, it's like have some fucking
Right.
pride.
Honestly, it seems like it seems like Caleb comes into like your guys' streams more often than he does be liberals.
Well, after all, he is our biggest fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he'll
And
be in here like just like watching the shit,
yeah,
seething.
I've seen Caleb jump into with
Yeah, I
date
seen Caleb
others.
jump into like I've seen him in LT's chat. I've seen him in Fellow Travelers chat.
Yeah,
I think I've seen him in Lump in Their World's chat.
He's not gonna. He doesn't. He usually does it after the fact when one of his followers like watches the stream, and I say loosely because they don't watch the whole thing most of the time.
right.
Because they have the attention span of a goldfish.
Yeah. Caleb commented on my channel on the second video. He was the first one in the first hour to comment.
Okay, I guarantee you, if I put Caleb's name in the title and a thumbnail of Caleb, Caleb would address this video ASAP, but he's not.
Right. Right. Exactly.
I would be shocked if Haas does a hate raid on this video at some, in the future. Not that it could, not that it will happen, but it's not impossible.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what, Haas? I hope you fucking do it. I really hope you do it. I hope your fanboys do it because all you idiots will do is just help this video in the algorithm.
Oh, and the one new trend among the Pat Sox too that they sadly like get away with is pushing anti-choice stuff now. Now that the Roe versus Wade is coming
Dude, their
soon.
opinion on that shit is the stupidest, most nonsensical argument ever. Like, like the fucking CPI people that I've argued with about this shit, they'll say like, "Oh, we don't want to support anything that's going to be divisive." Okay, if you don't want to support something that's going to be divisive, then you should be supporting Roe v. Wade so that
Right.
the people that actually want to get abortions can get them if they want them, and the people that don't want them cannot get them. Like as simple as that. Like don't take away the fucking right for people that actually want to do it
Let's be honest, most people who are against like abortions are those who believe in the white replacement. And I've seen this in these Pat Sox circles. That they're pushing the great replacement.
Yeah, and I mean Haas was playing the video of Tucker Carlson on his OBS live stream while he's talking about, oh, we need a NATO programs. And it's just an obvious dog whistle. We know what they want. They want more white babies or whatever.
Yeah, I heard this fucking privileged idiot from the CPI literally say as if it's nothing, that like, oh, well, even if it goes through like the Roe v. Wade thing and a bunch of states ban abortion, they could just travel to another state, bro. They could just travel to another state that protects it. It's like, dude, what if you live in like the deep south and like all your surrounding states also banned it?
Doing that, you get fucking prison or fined or other shit like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right.
It's like these people just think that we just have time to like fucking travel like several states to get a fucking abortion. Like, come on, man.
Insurance only covers in-state healthcare.
Yeah.
Well, there's this one woman. I know democracy now is not a good. I think it's nonsense most of the time. But they did post a clip of a woman who's had multiple miscarriages, and so with this abortion ban, what happens to women that have had miscarriages, and so they should be in prison for something they can't control.
Well, in Texas and Oklahoma now, somebody can sue you if you had an abortion. and they can like basically sue you in civil court, $10,000, and they can like sue the Uber driver or your partner or whoever. And then now when Roe versus Wade gets basically overthrown by this oligarch court, I mean it'll get worse. I mean, because there's already other laws that are on top of that.
Well,
Um,
even though the Civil Rights Act was, I'll say this, it didn't go far enough. In fact, I actually would argue it actually defanged, like,
mhm.
you know, the working class as a whole. What's going to stop them from overturning that and leaving it up to the states?
Right,
But
exactly.
it's like, if Roe v. Wade's not protected, then how the fuck is the Civil Rights Act protected? And that act is almost as old as Roe v. Wade.
Right. Yep.
Isn't there like I think there was like a senator, a Republican senator somewhere that was like arguing against like interracial marriage recently too.
Also, what's going to stop them from? Who's to say they won't do anything against the minimum wage? Who's to say like certain minimum wage laws won't be struck down? Who's to say that won't happen? I'm saying that the list is endless. Like, if we don't have any basic protections, well, women don't. Who's to say everyone else doesn't either? Who's to say that? Because with the Supreme Court, they can do anything they fucking want. They exist. Like, it doesn't matter how far left this country becomes, as you're never going to like change anything. As the Supreme Court like is essentially is exists to kill anything that could possibly pass. Medicare for all will never happen in America because of the Supreme Court, because they treat the the Constitution like a religious document. Like, can we just state just how stupidly irrational it is that a country like America is like governed by a 18th century document?
Right.
It's pretty idiotic. I can't name a signal nation in the world that has a freaking document that is basically almost centuries old.
But don't you know? Apparently, patriotic socialists were supposed to uphold the bourgeois constitution, um, and they even invoke Mao to defend that
Well,
somehow.
well, here's the thing. Even though I despise the founding fathers, they believe the Constitution should be updated every like 15 years.
Right.
So so you're basically going against the founding fathers by not updating the Constitution. This is what I love
Right.
about these fascists. They ignore the inconvenient truths of the founding fathers, how they were almost all either agnostic or atheists. They didn't. They believed in the separation of church and state. Like, now, I'm not praising the founding fathers. I'm just stating basic historical facts here that conservatives don't want you to learn about.
Right.
They
Although,
supported they supported updating the Constitution like every 15 years, because they knew that 15 years, a lot can change between that time, that it makes no sense to have a country governed by a document that's out of date. And you know what, the real reason why the Constitution is not has never will never be updated, because it's vague. If you read I read the Constitution, it's extremely vague. What is freedom of speech?
right, yeah. In either way, it's going to be upheld by the bourgeois, and they'll decide the legality of what they want to interpret.
Like,
And
if you compare like it to other like constitutions in other countries, like the Soviet Union as an example, or China under Mao, it was very specific of what was in the Constitution. And America is not specific at all. You can interpret it in any way you want. If you have about fascists in the Supreme Court, they can interpret it in any way they see fit. They can
right,
see, oh, the civil rights it goes against the Constitution. Medicare for all goes against the Constitution. Like, anything that's inconvenient, they get to say it goes against the Constitution, or the Constitution supports this. the Constitution supports that. Like Constitution originalists are like probably the worst of these people.
Right. Yep.
Like, and the Pet Sox support all of this. Like, like, every they're openly supporting Republicans. They're supporting like every single fucking like they're gonna like simp for Candace Owens, like they already are. I wouldn't be shocked because of Jackson Hinkle retweeting her.
Right.
It's like, who will they not fucking support? They'll probably support Mitch McConnell. I'm calling it now.
I mean, a lot of them still support Elon Musk, who's behind the coup in Bolivia.
Well, he's one of
Um,
those. He's one of those Pat Socks. He said he was a socialist on Twitter.
oh, I forgot about that. Right, the Marxist billionaire Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot we can't abolish billionaires, according to Maupin, as
Yeah,
anti-Marxist.
Oh God.
anti-Marxist to abolish billionaires, yet billionaires are the most anti-communist of any fucking social class.
Oh, but there's a few of them in the Chinese party, so so
Yeah, that says more about the Chinese Communist Party than the billionaires, to be honest. Yeah.
right and right. And J.K. Rowling, she's a billionaire too, so obviously, she's influenced by Marx, so can't be criticizing her according to Maupin.
Aren't they
Even
like
though
big fans of like Grimes as well? Is that what her name is? Like Elon Musk's like ex whatever?
Oh yeah, his like ex-partner or whatever, Grimes, took a
Elon
photo
Musk
of the
is a pedophile, and these people literally worship a pedophile.
yeah, he's sexually harassing women at the workplace and yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. Um Yeah, I mean, what's another billionaire that they like? Oh, Jack Ma. Caleb's into Jack Ma of Alibaba. Um, you know, the company that won't serve Palestinian addresses in the West Bank.
Yeah, I mean, and not to mention, like, I had this fucking dipshit fucking dangoid that fucking blocked me when I challenged him about fucking like why should China trade with Israel when they don't need to? They're in a
Right,
position of power. Yeah, there's countries that do trade with Israel. Of course, Vietnam does it, but I'm just using that as an example. But where does Vietnam's position lie compared to China?
right,
It's pretty obvious that it's in a nobody should be trading with Israel. But the logic why would the Vietnamese do it makes a lot more sense because of where they are, geographically and politically than fucking China.
right. Exactly. Yeah. Um,
And
and
not to mention the DPRK, I actually think, you know what, I actually have high respect for them. It's because they know they're going to be sanctioned no matter what anyway. And not to mention they actually generally do have socialist principles, so they do support the Palestinian struggle.
right, they do. They do.
And not to mention, okay, Cuba as well. Does Cuba support Israel or are they against Israel?
No, they've been against Israel since like I want to say at least from '61.
Well,
Um,
it's base fucking Cuba for doing that. I mean, I
yeah,
mean, any country that's against Israel to me is okay in my book, even if they do stuff that's problematic.
right, yeah, and yeah, there's a few other in Latin America that don't want to tolerate Israel anymore. Um,
You know,
yeah,
it is you could literally destroy Israel's economy like overnight if China has simply just openly support BDS. The entire world would see China as a hero. I mean,
right,
China would benefit heavily for supporting BDS, but they won't do it because because they look at the Palestinians the same way the British and the EU and America view the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
They see them as nothing more than a nuisance that needs to be cleansed from Israel. That's what they see them as.
Yeah, and honestly, there should be BDS for Saudi Arabia too, until the monarchy is gone and all these like tycoon oil aristocrats there. And look what they're doing in Yemen as well, and yeah, Palestine as well, because even the Saudis don't care about Palestine, etc. So
The fucking leader basically says the Palestinians should get over it and accept like what the deal that's being offered to them.
right, yeah, um, yeah, the Prince of Saudi Arabia, not a friend, not an ally of Palestine for sure. Um, yep, it's and it's so disgusting to see even like so-called leftists like now praise Saudi Arabia for like I don't know what, like I guess because they're friendlier towards China now. Like, give me a break. This is disgusting. Um, so yeah, it's only a matter of time before like Maupin starts saying that the Saudis are socialist. So
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, all they
God.
have to do is say, like, see, guys, the state controls all the means of production here. That
right,
means they're socialists necessarily.
right,
Oh, I agree. Denounce be liberal.
yeah,
See you later, Papa Wedge.
Every time the fucking dingoids try to bring that stupid shit up, where like they just, it's like to them they don't even realize that like state capitalism is a thing.
right,
And like
exactly,
like actual state capitalism, not like the idiot fucking anarchist bullshit where they try to say like the Soviet Union and like throughout its entire history was state capitalist. Like, no,
Speaking
fuck out here with that stupid shit.
speaking
No,
of
it's about the
anarchists,
nature of the state and like like are they producing for fucking profits and shit?
speaking
right.
of anarchists, isn't Vosh openly antagonistic towards them now?
I guess.
Yeah, he's basically now just a liberal. Like, yeah,
Well,
so
a liberal, hasn't he? Wait, hasn't he always been a liberal?
well, he used to pretend to be an anarchist, and then he was a syndicalist or whatever. But now, yeah, he's just a Democrat now. So
The the Fed versus the CIA. No matter who wins, we lose. You guys know who I'm referring to. Haas versus Vosh.
right, right, and right, and it's only a matter of time before the UAE is socialist, Qatar. What would be another one? Haas already says that Iran is socialist somehow. um, maybe next on the list is Turkey, since they're friendly with China.
Well, I critically support Iran despite some of the problematic members of their government
Right,
because Western imperialism. Critical support, but yeah, but again, they'll take critical support and just like support these countries like without question.
right, right. Yeah, and that's what Does James said in his debate. Is that to Jason Unruh that you don't that you have to support them more by like not criticizing them. So that's like the logic they're coming from,
Yeah, but that's liberalism. That's pure. That's fucking liberalism.
right? And according to Hawes, he says that the reason why Pat Sox shouldn't engage in good faith criticism is because 90% of the time the enemy is going to use that to cause more division. So therefore, just keep your mouth shut. Basically, is
The
what
enemy
he's
will
saying.
fucking do it anyway.
Right.
It's like the enemy are just going to use it against you that you have no integrity, that you'll criticize this and this country, but you'll ignore this and what this country does.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually make it worse for yourself by not actually, at least criticizing certain aspects of these countries.
Right.
And let's be honest here, all the dangus that hate Caleb Maupin, they only hate Caleb Maupin because he's making them look like a bunch of idiots.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And the dingus are just they're just mad at like Caleb's being too mask off. That's really it.
And let's be honest, another reason that they're mad at Caleb because he's succeeding what they failed miserably to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like Haas. I'm a real communist, despite me. Oh, the only credentials to my name is being a Twitch streamer. But I'll criticize every communist that's ever done anything in the real world. I'll criticize Marxist Paul for doing real praxis. Oh, I'll criticize Akeem for making more money than I do on Patreon despite having a real job. Oh, I'll criticize Luna Oi, who is actually who's actually helped translating rare works from Vietnamese writers into English. Oh yeah,
Right.
yet I don't do. Yeah, look at me. I'm Haas. All I do is fucking yell on the top of my mic 24/7, punch down at working class people, say the most stupid and outrageous shit in order to test the intelligence of my audience. I'm Haas. Look at me. I'm Haas. I I think I'm smarter than I actually am.
Right. Oh, and of course, now that he's pushing, he's saying that union organizing doesn't matter and that unions suck. And that the proof for that is that people respond to his crap. And he says that that's proof that you shouldn't be in a union anyways. So it's like some kind of like self-defeating.
It's like
So
the guy from the Amazon Union has accomplished more in a short amount of time than these fucking white leftists have accomplished in like 100 years.
right. Oh, but of course they're the Pat Sox are the ones who call us white, even though I'm not for sure.
I'm not either.
Right. Yeah.
And and okay, first, and even okay, well, how is that relevant? Because let's be honest here, because okay, they're the whitest motherfuckers of them all. They're the ones that embrace American culture. They're the
Right.
ones who embrace white culture more than anyone.
Exactly.
I still think it's funny to look into the crowd of the CPI conference. You just see a bunch of fucking skinny ass white nerds.
And I'll just say this: Haas is fucking white.
Oh, I agree.
I don't care if he is of Lebanese descent. I don't fucking care. The guy has no respect for the heritage of his ancestors. He disrespects the religion of Islam. He denounces actual fucking Muslims that practice their faith.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and I mean, and the guy is like petit bourgeois, ex-law student or whatever. And I mean, look how he demonizes the homeless. Like, would a Muslim ever say that type of thing? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Um, right.
Isn't it funny? It's always Jewish. It's always Jewish, people and Muslims that show more compassion for the homeless, but it's never these so-called Christians.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's definitely not Keen Mansfield going out there helping the homeless. In fact, he's like using other people's money from parties to go like to Nicaragua and take one photo. And yeah, it's you know, and yeah, I mean these Pat Sox they hate homeless people. I mean they really do. And I've seen them say now that well, they're against all forms of welfare redistribution. That yeah, they claim that that socialism has nothing to do with redistributing money, and that's a bourgeois concept. So we're seeing that too, and pretty soon, Caleb's gonna come out and say, I predict that Caleb or Haas will come out saying that like food stamps is bad and all this crap.
Social Security and SSI is, you know, these people, the people who receive these benefits are leeches off the system. They're social scum.
Yeah,
That's what he's going to say. I already know it
right.
because if these people are saying that the homeless are essentially social scum, then who's to say they don't think the same way of people who live on SSI and Social Security? Because many homeless
Right.
people, by the way, and I'm bringing this up because my father, was homeless, and he's been getting Social Security benefits for like 13 years now.
Hmm.
He, you know, there's a lot of more people like him that have SSI and are homeless.
Right. Yep.
So you're going to see them basically claiming that people shouldn't be getting SSI because they use that to do drugs or whatever stupid nonsense that Haas conjures out of his ass.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Haas is just demonizing homeless. Yeah, they're gonna move to new targets, and that's why they're being called out, and they should be, and people have to be aware of what's happening. Whether it's even with the anti-choice stuff, I would consider that to be, I mean, these people are just fascists. I mean, that's what they really are. It's like every single subject they side with reactionaries of the worst kind. They distort Marx, they distort Lenin, they distort Mao.
Well, considering that this stream has been going on for almost 4 hours, does anyone have any final thoughts before I end this stream?
Fucking watch it. This shit's all exhausting. At the end of the day, um, these people's positions are ridiculous because they're speaking from the perspective of people who want to persist and exist within capitalism. It's only a problem to people that people are grifting the system in any way, shape, or form. It's only a problem to them because they want to exist within the system and they're middle class people and they're bothered that
Hmm.
the government says that mathematically their tax goes towards people's social security and people's benefits. So they just scratch it up as that. If they're going to scratch it up as that, that's actually one of the things that disconnects a lot of the people in the first world, in the lumpen proletariat, from people who are in the middle class, where they can't turn around and discern it as things that come from tax. Their money comes directly from the bourgeois person they work for, who gets a lot of their money from all the profits they make, the super profits they make abroad. Um, benefits would technically be paid off by super profits because of the way that imperialism works, but the bourgeoisie go out of their way to scratch it up to they scratch up um the taxes that are paid. They literally show mathematical charters of where it goes to working people, to hate people who are on benefits and social security. So by doing that, they actually create an almost visage that basically the lumpen proletariat, they get more of a it basically makes the lumpen proletariat end up feeling tied on it pushes what's the word? It pushes Malthusianism into the labor aristocracy and the pay bourgeoisie because they see the lumpen proletariat as a weight. And it has them constantly attack them and declass them for you. This is this process ends up pushing all of the proletariat people to start to gain consciousness with the colonized.
Yeah, like for me, I would just say that these type of pack types or whatever, like they're fucking annoying. But I would say that one good thing that's coming out of all this is that people from all like legitimate sides of like the communist movement, whether they're Hojists, Maoists, or third worldists, or just general anti-revisionist MLs, is that there's unity to be had among us, even if we don't agree on like small little specific issues. There's unity among us anti-revisionist types that there's space for us to actually build some type of movement together. Hopefully, it could result in some type of actual party organization. But we can unite around actual good policies, good takes, be against the reactionary type of socialists that are trying to like take over the fucking movement and shit. Be very wary of anybody that fucking tries to disregard and split up the proletariat from other oppressed peoples, like anyone that tries to downplay national liberation movements or the lumpen proletariat, stuff like that. Be very wary and skeptical of those type of people. Challenge them on that, and we could move forward and actually correct the mistakes of the past instead of just dogmatically repeating them like a bunch of idiots. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah, I agree there for sure with both of you there. And I mean, the last thing I'd add, I guess, is like, I mean, don't be a fence sitter. You got to call this out. You got to defend the homeless. You got to defend other oppressed groups. And, this is the time, this is the one of the issues. And I guess the other part I would say is, I mean, yeah, always be skeptical, be wary of these people who are going against oppressed groups and siding with reactionaries, maybe pushing like class collaboration rhetoric. And I mean, yeah, that kind of thing as well. I mean, what would be the final thing I could add? I mean, because I know we got on for a long time, but I mean, yeah, I mean, be wary, be skeptical. I mean, another example, it would just be like, if you see anybody like Fed jacketing, how they do with Sakai or others, be wary of that. Maybe read like something they said before like judging them. Yeah.
I think I'd like to do an entire stream on the book Settlers sometime,
Yeah, that's a good
discussing
idea.
our agreements and disagreements.
Right.
But
Yeah, I gotta.
that's something I don't want to do at this time, because
Right.
that would require like writing notes that'd be fucking probably 20 or 30 pages, and that's not something an undertaking I'm ready for.
Right. Yeah. Same here. Um. Yeah, and it's good that we had this stream. It's helpful. Like I said earlier in the hour, I was like, whoever does a response to like Hawes's and Caleb's crazy anti-homeless stances, it was gonna be, the serfs, that liberal guy from Canada, or we could get a few Marxists up on the stream, and we could be there to say that, yeah, we called it out when it was happening, and it needed to happen, you know. And Caleb is becoming unpopular. He is starting to, and people are uniting around that. The fact that he's annoying, the fact he's a revisionist scum, and I shouldn't have even used that word, but whatever. He deserves it. I've even seen some like left comms shit on Hawes now. Um,
Well,
so
I
yeah,
let the left comms fight. I fucking hate them.
yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, there is optimism. More people are awakening to this like fake reactionary crap, and it's good. It needs to happen. It was gonna happen. You know, we can't ignore Moppin like forever. Sadly, he built his audience, and yeah,
The thing I will say this though, at least by the last, is I think not addressing Caleb Maupin and not doing what we're doing now sooner was a huge mistake on MRN's part, and I will say that because we should have denounced Caleb Maupin. Like, we should not have done it a year ago. We shouldn't have done it 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We should have done it as soon as the accusations of him being a fascist came to fruition. I'm referring to the Alexander Dugin conference.
Right.
When the evidence was like mounting. Because we are paying for it now.
Right. Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And
This is a criticism I will say. We should, as communists, we have a huge responsibility to the proletariat. And we cannot neglect it even for a second. We can't let our guard down even for a second. We have to live, breathe communism. We can't just choose to turn our communism on and off like a switch. We can't do that because we have a responsibility. Because we're just a bunch of 4 guys on the internet like talking about this stuff. But it's our responsibility as communists to help spread the message and help teach people in whatever way we can about Marxism. Because Marxism is like the only path forward, as far as I'm concerned. Like, we are at a tipping point in our species history. It's either socialism or extinction. And people like Caleb Maupin, his ideas will lead us to all of us to our deaths, because the very crazy notion that we should just continue to produce just for the sake of it is insanity. It really is insanity. The people that would be sacrificed for Caleb Maupin's world would be the disabled. It would be the fucking poor. And this anti-homelessness rhetoric goes to prove once and for all, and I will say I've been vindicated at this point. There is no difference between the Pet Sox, Vosh, the Democrats, and the Republicans. In fact, I would argue that Vosh's community are the Democrats, and the Pet Sox are the Republicans, because there's virtually no difference. Their positions are identical regarding imperialism, regarding how they view certain groups of people. And honestly, I will say this though. I think anyone that, warned us, they have every right to be pissed at us for not taking our responsibilities seriously when we should have, when the warning signs were there.
Well, I mean, so like engaging with Caleb and having Connor Gillis involved and being nice to Dengis, that scared off lumpen proletarian brothers and sisters of mine. That scared them off. They didn't want to approach MRN until that shit was gone, and we didn't hear off them until that shit was gone because it's bad mojo.
Yeah, Dengis cannot be trusted, and it's being proven. I mean, like Dengis, Trotskyists, they all are the same to me, and Khrushchevites, Brenjan, Knights, whatever you want to call them, they all believe in the same shit.
Yeah.
We need to combat liberalism, regardless where its form it takes.
Yeah.
And the last thing I will say before I end the stream is death to fascism.
Absolutely.
Death to fascism.
Death to fascism. Down with the CPI and the infrared cult.
Absolutely. Yeah.